All right, we'll go ahead and start in about 60 seconds, I hope. All right, it's a couple minutes after 7. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and start with roll call.
Mayor Bagley.
Here.
Councilmember Christensen. Here. Finley. Here. Martin. She's here, but not here at the moment yet. Councilmember Peck. Rodriguez. Here. Waters. Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, let's go ahead and say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, welcome everybody. Just a quick reminder that this meeting can be viewed on the live stream at www.longmontcolorado.gov. Also, a quick reminder that in the event that you'd like to speak on the public invited to be heard, there are currently 10 people on the list. Anyone wishing to speak at First Call Public Invited to be heard will need to add your name to the list before we start that portion of tonight's program. If it's not on there, you will unfortunately not get the opportunity to speak until the end, at which point we will have a second public invited to be heard. All right, let's go ahead. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes of September 10th, 2019, a regular session meeting? All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. However, I mean, six votes pass it with Councilmember Martin absent for the moment. Don't know what happened to Marcia. All right, Councilmember Peck, you had something to potentially add or revise on a future. Okay.
Thank you. I move to direct staff to bring Proposition CC to the next council meeting for us to decide whether we wanted to support or oppose it.
That's fine. I already told the MCC that we were going to support it.
CC?
Yeah.
I told Dr. Cog we were too.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can vote on it and have a big debate, but it's already done. So let's go ahead and put it on the agenda. We'll figure it out later. I just kind of figured that, yeah, that's how we'd vote, and I was going to talk to you about it later, but yeah. Anyway, all right. What? No, the Longmont, anyway. Okay, but we can do that too. All right, city manager's report. Oh, sorry, Dr. Waters, do you have something?
I do. Thank you, Mayor Bagley. So I'm not certain if we need to give direction on this or not. I'm reasonably certain there's an executed resolution that we passed on September 10th. It's now September 24th. We were going to be copied on correspondence to the recipients, intended recipients of that resolution. I've not seen any correspondence. Have we done that yet?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Waters, we have sent the resolution off, and I'm sorry I was not at that meeting, so I didn't realize that you needed a copy on that. But
I just asked that I didn't know if anybody else cared about being copied. I wanted to be copied, and just if you would
sorry,
copy me,
I got the
I'd
direction
appreciate
to
it.
send it to the legislators, but
Thank you.
I didn't get that part, so I apologize.
Dr. Waters, would you like the pen that was used to sign it?
Only if you're going to autograph.
Oh,
whatever
I can arrange that. All right, let's go ahead, and that clears it for future agendas. Let's move on to special reports and presentations. Nothing? You have a report? Anything, Harold, you want to say? All right, then let's go on to first call, public invited to be heard. We've got 10 people on the list, in case anybody's wondering. All right, let's start. If you come up, you have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I got to cut you off, no matter how much I hate or love or whatever. And you got 3 minutes. And then if you'd please state your name and address for the record so we know where you're coming from, that'd be great. We'll start with Barbara Hall. No, if you push that button or a button,
There you go, Don got it for you.
there you go, and get
Hello.
right up close.
There you go.
Hello.
That's perfect.
My name is Barbara Howe, and I live at 1379 Charles Drive, A8 in Longmont. And I'm the current public access coordinator for the Longmont Cable Trust. The public access arm of the Cable Trust does most of the non-government, non-education program. In other words, the fun variety stuff. I also coordinate the Longmont Senior Center Eyes on Longmont Film Club, and many of the film club members happen to be Longmont Cable Trust volunteer members. Since 2012, the members of these two groups have produced over 280 edited films on historical, educational topics, features local musicians, artists, makers, technology series, live events for broadcasts on Channel 8, 880, and Layer 3 TV. Public access films often involve extensive research, numerous interviews, original scripts, and original scores. Over 60 of our films have been gifted to the Longmont Public Library or the Longmont Museum and uploaded to YouTube. And over 80 of the films produced have played at the Longmont Senior Center First Thursday Big Picture, with anywhere from 20 to 90 individuals in attendance. So we, the volunteers and I, realize that media, as well as city media needs, are changing and evolving, and the Longmont Cable Trust public access volunteers just happen to be caught in the middle of this competitive transition. But we remain committed to providing quality local film production, not news, breaking news, or video clips, but edited film. Many of the Longmont Cable Trust public access volunteers will continue to meet Monday mornings at the Longmont Senior Center Eyes on Longmont Film Club to collaborate, have fun, and make films. So that's where anyone can find us. I would also like to take care of this opportunity to publicly thank the many Longmont Cable Trust volunteers who, over the last 37 years, have left such an amazing film legacy to the city of Longmont and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oops. Wes Poteet.
Mayor Bagley, members of council, my name is Horace Wesley Poteet. Commonly, I go by Wes. I'm an 8-year resident.
Could you really get up there? The paper wants to hear what you have to say.
I go by Wes, and I live at 331 21st Avenue, which makes Dr. Waters my representative on council. Dr. Waters, thank you for your community service. I'm retired, a recent appointee to the Longmont Cable Trust Board, and a frequent volunteer at K-Good Radio and Longmont Channel 8. I retired from IBM with over 31 years in doing a multiple of jobs, including many RFP preparations and reviews, from gathering requirements to reviewing the results to making presentations to preparing documents. Suffice it to say that I know something about the RFP process. Later tonight, you, Mayor Bagley, and Council will take up a resolution to approve a contract pursuant to Longmont RFP VS 1019065 related to the broadcast and streaming services. Right now, those broadcast and streaming services, and for the last 30 years, have been provided by Longmont Channel 8. The group of people that I work with there are very professional, and it is a great privilege to work with them. I'm disappointed that the council had an RFP issued without prior communication to Longmont Channel 8 about the changes that they wished to have happen. Longmont Channel 8 has been doing this for a long time. They have an established group of professional broadcasters and are certainly open to input and making changes as appropriate. But there was no direct communication prior to the issue of the RFP. I'm also disappointed that this resolution has been presented for action despite the, shall we say, odd characteristics of the RFP process. I'm disappointed that the council has, by issuing an RFP, demonstrated it is willing to simply dispose of the existing assets and capabilities of Longmont Channel 8. It would behoove the council to work with them and use the existing resources rather than having to completely replace them. To close, if you, Mayor Bagley, and council approve the resolution to award the contract, you will be making a mistake and doing a disservice to the citizens and future of Longmont.
If nothing else, you are prompt. Thank you. All right. Mr. Paul Renix, former Ward 3 candidate. Could you get that microphone right up? You're going to have to, yeah, there you go.
How's that?
Perfect.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Bagley. Thanks for the chance to speak tonight. I'm going to touch on a couple quick things and not even use my 3 minutes.
If you could get up there close, that'd be
I'm
great.
sorry. Going to touch on a couple things here, not even use my 3 minutes, if you can believe that. I'd like to, I usually watch on TV, so I've been tuned in recently, and I'd like to talk about the resolutions that we've been talking about the last couple of weeks, and some other resolutions, like this is sort of a pro-gun one, or an anti-gun one. It was sort of a pro-gun safety 1 year ago, and as anybody could have guessed, it was a super divisive time. It was something that divided the community. Things like gun rights, which Longmont has really no way to affect. We don't really, it's not really our business. This is federal stuff. No matter what side of the coin you fall on, you could probably guess where I fall, but I don't think either of those resolutions are a good idea. They don't change hearts or minds. They waste a lot of time that could be spent on the business of Longmont. They're divisive. Let's stick to scout troops, to honoring exceptional citizens, veterans, and other non-divisive causes, because there's a lot of stuff to do here. And I don't think we need to divide a community and see who wins about sending a letter or not. That's all I have to say about that. I'd also like to speak out in favor of the resolution for the Longmont Observer and that contract. Having paid attention over the years to what Scott has done with the Tinker Mill, making that a self-sustaining, not-for-profit org that really is something that the rest of the country looks to, the rest of the state looks to. There's nothing even close to that anywhere near here. Scott's got a great ability to sort of make things work and become self-sustaining and to make them exceptional. And I look forward to seeing what he can do with really very limited funds and a short amount of time to pull that off. So thanks for considering them. I think it's a great idea. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mr. Renix. All right, Jamie Simo. Here to talk about an airport lease. I'm just kidding.
Obviously. Jamie Simo, 525 East 16th Avenue. Thank you, Mayor Bagley and council members, for allowing me to speak tonight. I and other members of Stand With Our St. Vrain Creek are asking you to approve the final draft of the Wildlife Management Plan. If I could ask them to stand right now. Thank you. I would like to state, however, that I'm still strongly opposed to bullet 5.5.H of the plan, which suggests that a process be established to allow a developer to pay a wildlife or habitat mitigation fee to the city for loss of important habitats or wildlife that cannot reasonably be avoided by the proposed development. As bullet 5.5.H is merely a suggestion, I don't think this is a reason to hold up the approval of the plan. But if a development will destroy important habitats or wildlife, that development should not be approved. Past experience has shown that, given the option, most developers would rather pay cash in lieu rather than adhere to a requirement. And once a habitat and/or the sensitive wildlife living there are gone, there's no bringing them back, no matter how a mitigation fee is spent. It is crucial that you approve the Wildlife Management Plan tonight and focus on codifying the changes made in it within Longmont's Land Development Code. It is particularly important to add the new variances from the setback standards language, incorporating stronger criteria for granting a reduced riparian setback to Chapter 15.05.020 of the Code, which covers the protection of rivers, streams, wetlands, riparian areas. Later tonight, you will be discussing the work done on the Sustainability Evaluation System, SES, tool that will eventually be used to evaluate land development proposals. While it is a good first draft, it is clear that it will still be some time before the SES tool is ready for prime time. For example, the council communication for tonight appears to indicate that if public-private partnerships are evaluated using the SES tool, such developments, even within a riparian area, would consider environmental, social, and economic impacts equally. I hope this is an oversight, as this is a large loophole that doesn't adequately protect our riparian corridors. All development, including any development the city has a financial stake in that is proposed to be built within the 150-foot riparian setback, should be evaluated such that the environmental criteria of the SES tool are weighted more heavily. In addition, and even more crucially, this draft of the SES tool still references the current lax criteria for granting a reduced riparian setback. As the criteria in the SES tool rely upon the requirements of the Longmont Land Development Code in order to evaluate a development proposal, it only makes sense to finish updating the code before finishing the SES tool. Otherwise, extra work will need to be completed by staff to revise the tool to match any changes to the language in the development code. Thank you for taking my comments into consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Simo. All right, Chris Brannigan.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Chris Brannigan. I live at 9 East 4th Avenue. I'm here tonight because I'm frustrated and I feel like I'm not being heard. This is my attempt to be heard. My occupation, ironically, for the last 13 years is I am an animal control officer for a different jurisdiction. My problem tonight happens to be animal control related, unfortunately. I'm not here to badmouth the police department or the animal control officers, as I know there's a lot of good members of that police force. So today when I speak with you, I will approach it both personal and on a professional level. I've owned my home in Old Town for approximately 15 years. I love the character of Old Town and for the most part have enjoyed my house and neighborhood. Problems started approximately 3 years ago when the neighbor moved in to the west of me. He owns 2 large American bulldogs over 100 pounds and one pushing 100 pounds. He resides in an apartment at the rear of the machine shop, which parallels my front yard. At first, it was just the feces-filled yard, which turned to a cesspool of animal waste. The smell was inescapable and caused me to abandon the patio table and chair I used to enjoy in my side yard. I gave my neighbor a bucket and a shovel with the hopes of the proper tools the situation may improve. It didn't. I adjusted. I didn't use my side yard, or open windows on the west side of my house due to the smell. Eventually, a neighbor across the street turned him in, as she was sickened by the yard and watching the dogs navigate the cesspool. Shortly later, 2 dogs turned into 3. He now has 1 spayed female and an intact male and an intact female. Of course, he wants to breed dogs. All 3 large American bulldogs. So now that the noise started to elevate, again, I tried to work with my neighbor. I texted him when the problem became unbearable. He was not very receptive to my pleas to please quiet the dogs. I provided him with a spray bark collar in the hopes of remedying the situation. It worked with the short term for one of the dogs, but didn't last long. I expect the batteries or the charge may have worn out, and he didn't renew it. Whenever he's home, he leaves his front door open so the dogs access the front yard. One of the dogs quickly learned that she can jump the chain link fence and was out running loose almost daily. I became worried for the safety of my own dogs as well as the unsuspecting people in my neighborhood who may walk into a bad situation. So I installed video cameras on my house. November 2018, the dog jumped the fence, menaced me while I was unloading my dogs from my car, and ran across the street, and menaced Patty while she was walking her elderly dog. Patty became quite scared, screaming. A brief tussle occurred, and her dog was left with a small bloody lip. Of course, my neighbor saw it as her fault and not his dog who was in violation. Patty called this in to dispatch. I sent the video in, and I left it at that. I felt that they were going to handle it. About a week later, I observed my neighbor harassing Patty, telling her she was not permitted to walk down our street. Short story, basically nobody responded to Patty and no one responded to me, and the situation was cleared with a warning. So since then, the barking and the dog's aggression has become increasing. The dogs fight and act like they're going to kill anything on the other side of the fence. I've submitted hundreds, if not thousands, of videos to animal control asking them for a solution. They told me if the dogs don't bark continuously for more than 10 minutes, it's not considered a violation. I've read the violations. In my professional opinion, it's an opinion. It's not according to the ordinance. I have met everything according to the ordinance that is needed, and I'm not getting resolve. The dogs continue to threaten my neighborhood and affect my quality of life. And I would really like to be heard about this and welcome any questions or meetings in the future that may help a resolve to this situation.
All right, thank you. All right, Tim Chaffin. My apologies. I let you go long because I just forgot to set the timer. But you got it all out, so that's good. You've got 3. Thanks.
Hello, my name's Tim Chafin. I'm the general manager of Longmont Cable Trust. Longmont Cable Trust was created in 1982 as a nonprofit by the City Council and the community of Longmont. The Trust mission has always been to provide programming that reflects the community through video and promote local public access. For 37 years, the Trust has provided high-quality, award-winning, state-of-the-art programming. The Trust has been governed by a 10-member board, which includes 2 members of City Council. The Trust Board conducts annual and quarterly reviews of its programming performance. The Trust Board, that included 2 board members from the Council, have always praised our operations and programming. At every Trust Board meeting, we share information and ask for new programming or different programming, and over the last 37 years, those have all been implemented in order to meet the goal of our mission. For 37 years, the Trust has received high praise from city staff for our performance in achieving their video needs. The Trust was told that it would be debriefed regarding the RFP, but that has not occurred. Metrics were highly valued throughout the RFP process. However, no metrics were given for professionalism, loyalty, reliability, or performance. Lack of performance could not be the reason that the Trust did not get the RFP. However, we have not been debriefed, so we're quite bewildered as to why. Moving on, there are additional expenses that aren't in the contract for additional scope services such as AI. Now, those are going to come back to the city as payables back to that company. There's also an ethical question regarding the new company. The owner of the new company was a member of the Longmont Cable Trust Board until it was announced that he was the recipient of the RFP. Trust Board, he had information all the way through that whole process, and so I think there was an ethical problem there. Now, the RFP committee did not find that there was a problem. I'm disappointed in the city's RFP process and thinking all Longmont Cable Trust Board members were serving to promote our mission faithfully. However, I'm very disappointed and concerned as the GM of the trust and as a citizen of Longmont with the RFP committee selecting a company with no experience, no employees, no broadcast quality equipment. In conclusion, the RFP process and the secret RFP negotiations, in my opinion, were shameful and disgraceful. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Wendell Pickett.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Wendell Pickett, 3813 Florentine Circle. I'm here to talk about the wildlife management plan, the electric rates, and the SCS very briefly. So I am very supportive of the general concept of the wildlife management plan, but would really ask that you wait until there is an actual map where we all understand all the properties that are affected and how they're affected in the adjacent properties. And that it also then tailors into the SCS and how that works together. I think there's been great progress made on that. And it shouldn't be rushed to get one piece done ahead of the other. It should come together. And then lastly, on the electrical rates, I've mentioned to Councilman Waters, who sits on the Longmont Housing Authority Board, that we need to be cognizant of how that is structured in those affordable units so that the reduction in rates can also apply to them amongst individual households that pay directly versus an organization that pays directly, so that we maintain those as affordable as we can. Thank you.
Wow, good 60 seconds, Mr. Pickett. Thank you. All right, Sherry Malloy. I know exactly how long Sherry Malloy's going to speak. Exactly.
Good evening. Sherry Malloy, 2113 Rangeview Lane. I'm here to speak about the Wildlife Management Update Plan to be considered for approval tonight. The WMP is in line with Council's work plan that speaks to protecting and respecting our natural amenities. Both Envision Longmont and the Sustainability Plan call for stewardship of Longmont's natural resources. Natural Resources staff and the consultants deserve praise for conducting a transparent and thorough process involving 3 public meetings and presentations to the Sustainability Advisory Board and Parks and Rec Board. At all 5 meetings, residents were able to speak and provide input in writing. I'd like to speak to a few highlights pointed out in the WMP summary now. In 2006, a wildlife management plan was adopted to preserve existing wildlife habitats, improve degraded habitats, promote the coexistence of wildlife and human activities, and ensure that Longmont's high quality of life was maintained for its residents. It goes on. Key management techniques to achieve these goals include allowing natural ecosystem processes to function, preserving and restoring natural patterns of vegetation, managing development to minimize conflict between human and wildlife uses, and providing buffers between human activities and key wildlife habitats. They should also include sufficient riparian setbacks and provide best management practices for maintaining natural stream corridors. The summary also speaks to existing data gaps resulting in deficient vital information regarding current and potential wildlife and habitat in city limits. This needs to be rectified in order to properly manage wildlife and habitat moving forward. Additional staff is needed to organize this data with programs like citizen science, and an environmental planner needs to be involved in the development process. Without this information and personnel, the protections and goals outlined in this plan will not be realized. Please include these additional FTE as you discuss the budget. Now that this plan is being adopted, it needs to be set into policy to provide the necessary protections. Development is moving forward full steam ahead. Good policy protection is needed before it's too late. Any further delay on protections will allow development to degrade our often irreplaceable natural amenities. A 2018 customer satisfaction survey indicated that 76% of Longmont residents placed protecting our natural areas with the highest ranking of very important. I'll end with a quote from Thomas Berry's book, Dream the Earth, about the effects of climate change, extinction, and the loss of wild places. If the earth does grow inhospitable toward human presence, it is primarily because we have lost our sense of courtesy toward the earth and its inhabitants, our sense of gratitude, our willingness to recognize the sacred character of habitat, our capacity for the awesome, for the numerous quality of every earthly reality. We have even forgotten our primordial capacity to share our existence with animals and all natural phenomena. Let's not lose our sense of wonder for our natural world in Longmont by enacting good policy with essential protections. Thank you. Thank you for letting me finish.
That's all right. I guarantee you, when practicing in front of the mirror, you were at 3. All right. Reagan Sample?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley and Council. I'm Reagan Sample at Tiffany Place in Longmont. I'm a City Council candidate for Ward 3. As a candidate for Ward 3, I've made a pledge to the residents that I meet that I'll hear their concerns and bring them to Council. And I'm honoring that pledge tonight by coming to speak to you on behalf of some concerns of residents of Longmont. It has to do with the waste management issue regarding our trash and recycling. Everyone here knows the city runs our trash, recycling, and composting. We pay for trash, but not for recycling. It's great. If we paid for recycling, it would be a disincentive for some people to do so. We incentivize reducing trash by having lower rates for smaller containers. For those that are highly recycling, they are unable to get secondary bins. And that is what they would like me to come to you and ask on their behalf that Council, when considering waste management policy, that we consider that as an option for those that are going to heavily recycle to be able to pay a nominal fee for a secondary bin. Right now, that is not an option. The option that they have would be to hold it for the next pickup, which would be a continuous cycle, throw it away, which is what we don't want, or to take it to the Martin Street station. Not everyone can get to the Martin Street station. At the same time, that includes more car trips, more traffic, increases to our air pollution, other issues that we're trying to reduce at the same time. While at the same time, those waste management trucks are already on those streets, no extra pickup, really no impact at all to lift another bin. So on behalf of those residents, I ask you, when you're considering policy in waste management or directing staff, to encourage them to reconsider that policy, especially in a time where we have a global issue with plastics, and even locally with our own landfills. It seems time that it seems appropriate that it's the time to revisit that policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sample. All right, Strider Benston, wrap us up.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley, City Council, Strider Benston, 951 17th Avenue. Today, my colleague and friend, Congressman John Lewis, spoke for 1 minute before Congress, and he said we must catch up with the spirit of history. To save our democracy, we must impeach the president. Folks asked, why did Congress wake up today and say we must impeach? I say it came from yesterday when Greta Thunberg spoke at the United Nations. She spoke, she said, this is wrong. I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean. Yet you have come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words. We're in the beginning of a mass extinction, and yet all you can talk about is your money and your fairy tale of economic growth. How dare you? When the policies and solutions we need are nowhere in sight. Your policy idea to cut carbon emissions within 10 years only gives us a 50% chance of survival. 50% may be acceptable to you, but that relies on my generation sucking up hundreds of billions of tons of carbon dioxide from the air that we should be able to breathe. That some people come up with the absurd idea of some technical solution. If we lose, there will not be any future for us. You are failing us. If you succeed in your betrayal, we will not let you get away with this. We will never forgive you. We must reverse this carbon production right here, right now, and we will not let you get away with this. Right now is where we draw the line. We had 300 people out here Friday night here in Longmont in support of the global climate strike. Millions, led by young people around the world, joined with us with them. Let us pay attention to everything that's connected to it, and let us save life on this planet instead of actively trying to destroy it, led by the person who calls himself our president.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our first call, public invited to be heard. It's only 7:35. We doing okay? All right, everybody's okay. Let's go ahead and move on. Ms. Dawn Quintana, City Clerk person, with consent agenda. Could you read that for us? Pretty please.
Mayor, item 8A is Ordinance 2019-53, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2019. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for October 8th, 2019. 8B is Ordinance 2019-54, a bill for an ordinance approving the vacation of an 1882 aqueduct easement in the former South Water Treatment Plant property, generally located south of Highway 66 and east of Highway 36 in Boulder County. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for October 8th. 8C is Ordinance 2019-55, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the City of Longmont to lease the real property known as 12250 Weld County Road 5, the premises, to Habitat for Humanity Habitat. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for October 8th, 2019. 8D is Ordinance 2019-56, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the City of Longmont to lease the real property known as Vance Brand Municipal Airport Hangar Parcel SH6T, the premises, to Western Airport Development LLC, tenant. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for October 8th, 2019. 8E is Resolution 2019-91, a resolution of the Longmont City Council on affordable, high-quality health care for all Longmont residents. 8F is Resolution 2019-92, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the City of Longmont Services Contract Proposal Number RFP-VS-19065 for public educational and governmental, parentheses, PEG, access television services. 8G is Resolution 2019-93, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Front Range Community College for community-based work-study placement. 8H is Resolution 2019-94, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Colorado State University for fitness testing and wellness programming for Longmont Public Safety. 8I is Resolution 2019-95, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and Victim Assistance and Law Enforcement Board of the 20th Judicial District for grant funding for victim services. 8J is Resolution 2019-96, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Colorado Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management for the 2019 Emergency Management Performance Grant Program. 8K is Resolution 2019-97, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Front Range Community College to allow use of FRCC grant funds to subsidize day camp costs through the CK Campus program. 8L is Resolution 2019-98, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont, the County of Boulder, and the City of Boulder for a regional grant management system collaboration agreement. 8M is a proposal for meeting inclusionary housing requirements for the 708-710 Martin Street development, Pratt & Brown's Gardens Replat B. That includes Resolution 2019-99, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving a voluntary alternative agreement for the 710 Martin Street development as satisfaction of the city's inclusionary housing requirements. 8N is adoption of the 2019 Wildlife Management Plan update. And 8O is acceptance of the Bike Lane Trail Project final report. And Mayor Staff is asked to pull 8C and 8M.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and move passage of the consent agenda, less C, E, F, M, N, and O. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Yeah, it was C, E, F, M, N, and O. Those are the ones that I just kind of asked before the meeting started and overheard. So, anything else? All right, we have a motion, and we're halfway through the vote, and there we go. It passes unanimously. All right, let's go on to ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. We'll begin with 9A, Ordinance 2019-50, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 14, Chapter 14.08, Section 312 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding limitations on non-conventional pollutants. And this was continued from our September 10th, 2019 meeting to allow for the EPA publication timing. So, that said, there's no staff report, right? All right. Are there any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem? All right. Let's go ahead and open it for public hearing. Is Kat Bradley Bennett here? Okay. Well, we just opened it for public hearing, but we're going to have a chance to come back, and you'll be in the queue, so just stay in there. All right. Ms. Bradley Bennett?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Kat Bradley Bennett, 5914 Blue Mountain Circle. I volunteer for the City of Longmont for the Parks and Open Space, doing bird surveys and raptor monitoring. And I'm here to support the Wildlife Management Plan with a caveat. I want to acknowledge the hard work that the city staff did. Dan Wolford and his staff. I also want to acknowledge the countless hours that the Stand With Our St. Vrain Creek people did, Jamie and Sherry and all of those people. They did an amazing job for the betterment of this community, and I applaud all of them. I am really happy with the minimum 150-foot setback on this wildlife management plan. I'm glad that's the minimum. The only caveat I would add is that I really would like to see this codified into policy, as Sherry had stated, so that current development also has to follow our policies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Is Mr. Bell here, or?
There's like an 8-minute delay. Is he in the other room? Or maybe you can ask your question and Harold can answer it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Depending on it, may be Annie or Rob or.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, thank you. And whoever of you can answer this question, I just want to confirm when this bill, 2019-50, earlier came up, I asked a question about the reason that it was okay to actually relax some concentrations of some fairly scary heavy metals and compounds. And the answer I got was that processes had changed, less water was used, and therefore, even though the concentration was higher, that no more heavy metals were going into the waste processing system than before. And then we didn't talk about it because the EPA report hadn't come out yet. So my question is, was there anything in the EPA report that we were waiting for that changes this answer? Because I want to make sure that it really is still okay before I vote for it.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Mary Paterniti. I'm the industrial pretreatment coordinator for the wastewater treatment plant. I'm the one that calculates the local limits. The process for the local limits approval is we come to council and do a first reading, and then we go back to the EPA, and they've already given us a pre-approval, and then allow them to go through their public notice process. And in this case, this year, it took them a couple weeks to get the funding so that they could put the information in the newspaper. So there's the local limits itself has been pre-approved before it even came to council. And now they're just waiting until you get the second reading done, and then we'll go to final approval from the EPA. There's been no changes to the document. The EPA has already approved it, and they were just waiting for the public notice process, and nothing has changed since what we explained in the email originally.
Okay, thank you. And that means that you do assure us that this is not more dangerous to our water supply than it was before.
Yes, I do assure that.
Thank you.
All right, I forgot to close the public invited to be heard, but before I do that, is there anyone else that wanted to speak on this issue? All right, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I move passage of ordinance 2019-50.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's move on to item 9B, ordinance 2019-52, bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the vacation of a 20-foot wide alley right-of-way generally located in the Painter subdivision. All right, let's go ahead. Are there any, there's no staff report, right? All right, are there questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
This is not far from where I live. I'm very familiar with this area. I'm just wondering what their plan is for developing this. It's a very small, narrow road. It used to actually be a dirt alleyway. If they're planning to put, it's their right to put on whatever they want within reason, I guess, but if they're planning to put some kind of major development on that south end of their property, it's going to, I'd just like to know what the plan is. Do they have in mind something like just an ADU, or are they going to put on a, 4-story building that, okay.
Thanks, Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Christensen. So what the plan is they're going to subdivide the property into two. So there'll be one to the north and one to the south. And what the applicant is wanting to do is build a single-family home. It'll have to meet all setbacks, lot area, all requirements. He's not planning on requesting any variances for that.
So they're planning to split the lot in two?
Correct.
And are they going to sell that, or will they be leasing it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Actually, this is just down the street from me. So I'm curious, there's the Jefferson Avenue is the only entrance to the garage of the main house. So I'm curious as to how, I guess I have to wait until the plans come out, but I'm surprised it's going to be a single-family home on that lot, just looking at the development. My main concern is, are we going to have notification when that goes out from the planning department that this is going to be built?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Peck. No, a single-family home would not require noticing. Neither would the plat would, and that's already been noticed. So the subdivision of into the two lots would go out to neighbors' notification, but not construction of a single-family home.
Just the subdivision of the lots. Okay,
Correct.
Thank you. And with that, I move 2019-52.
All right, we can't do that quite yet. Not quite yet, but Mayor Pro Tem? You have to have the public hearing. That's all right. I'll let you vote. I'll call on you in just a sec.
So any of us could take our properties and cut them in half and sell them?
It has to meet certain standards.
Okay.
So for this
In
zone would
size?
be the RSF, so the lot area would have to be 5,000 square feet.
I see.
So this
It's
is an
because it's a lot.
11,000 square foot lot, so it's able to subdivide and has to have minimum width, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 2019-52. Is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak on this issue? All right, seeing no one, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. Councilmember Peck, did you have a motion to make?
I do. I move 2019-52.
All right, it's been motioned and still seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's go back to the items on the consent agenda. Let's go ahead and start with the ones the city wanted to pull. Let's start with 8C, ordinance 2019-55. Bill for an ordinance authorizing the city of council to lease the real property known as 12250 Weld County Road number 5 to Habitat for Humanity. We have a brief presentation on this issue.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kathy Fedler, Housing and Community Investment Manager for Division Manager for the city. And we did pull this because we did ask quite a few questions in the communication, so we thought we'd give you the chance to answer. So I'll briefly go through the project and what's being proposed, and then have the questions at the end. So, oh, I always do the wrong thing. So the goals in the City Council's work plan encourage the city to increase the amount of affordable housing, and the Boulder County Regional Housing Partnership strategies have suggested utilizing publicly owned property for affordable housing and or converting existing market rate housing to affordable. The city manager directed staff to explore city-owned property and houses to see if we have anything that we could be using to support affordable housing. So Public Work, Natural Resources, and Open Space has purchased several properties that contain houses. Some of those are rented at market or close to market, about 4 of them, and some are sitting vacant. There's about 5 of those throughout the city. So we got together and Housing Community Investment staff inspected several of the vacant properties for possible leases with or without rehab needed. 2 of the 5 homes we all agreed need to be demolished. That was already on Public Works radar to do that. 2 could be rehabbed and rented as affordable housing, we thought, and 1 we still need to inspect. So of the vacant city-owned properties, of those 5, of the 2 that could be rehabbed and rented as affordable housing, we suggest that 1 be leased to Habitat for Humanity for a nominal rate in exchange for them doing the rehab on the house. And then we suggest that the city invest affordable housing funds in one of the other ones and rent it to a lower income family. And then the 5th vacant house would be inspected if we get council approval to move forward with the program tonight. So we just haven't had a chance to get out and look at that one. And that one is the one that's at the Royal Mobile Home Park, the existing house that was out there that is still sitting there. So the Habitat lease of the Yellow Newbie House is what we call it. Habitat needs housing for its AmeriCorps volunteers. And right now they're providing that housing. They have to pay for that housing, and they're having to go out in the market and get that. So they are either having to pay market rents, or if they're finding something affordable, they're taking that from another family of Longmont that could be renting that. So providing this housing at a nominal rent to Habitat allows them to continue to get AmeriCorps volunteers, to keep their costs down for Habitat and keep the volunteers out of the existing rental market, and increases Habitat's capacity to build homes. By having those AmeriCorps volunteers, they do a lot of the work that helps keep volunteers coming, keep the homes being built, and a lot of the coordination around that. And then the city gets an improved property because Habitat will be investing in that. For the homes that have existing leases, if council approves of converting these existing homes to affordable, staff would work with the leasing company to only make changes at lease renewal. So we aren't going to kick anybody out prior to their lease being expiring. Offering the homes first to the existing tenants if they income qualify. Aim to keep the rents affordable to families with incomes at or below 40% of the area median income and below, so getting to quite low incomes. And then keeping the original purchase goal in mind. So for properties that were purchased for open space, making sure that we are not impinging on the use of that property for that purpose. So keeping those goals in mind. This shows the location of the properties. It's a little bit hard to see in your packet. It does show that the yellow starred homes are the ones that are slated for demolition, and there's 2 of those. All of these, except for the Royal Mobile Home Park property, are in Weld County. So there are either all on the east side of County Road 1. There's the red stars show the ones that are suggested for rehab and affordable rentals. And then the purple one is, I cannot read that on my own thing. Convert as leases expire. So those are the ones that have existing lessees in them. So our questions for council. Does renting the newbie house to Habitat make sense to help with their mission? And if yes, we would ask that you approve the ordinance on first reading and it'd go to second reading and public hearing on the, whatever the next meeting is, the 8th. Does the using $125,000 of affordable housing funds for the rehab of one of the homes make sense? If yes, the affordable housing fund would be repaid from the rent. And then finally, does it make sense to use the other houses for affordable rentals as their leases expire?
I'm going to jump in here because nobody's in the queue. I move that we rent the newbie house to Habitat because it makes sense to help with their mission. Let's vote. Sure, Councilmember Peck.
Thank you. Just out of curiosity, with the volunteers for Habitat living in that house, are there going to be more than 5 unrelated people?
No, that would be in the lease. That's our limit. So it would be no more than 5. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We put restrictions around the number of vehicles as well, and pets and normal lease requirements.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. And I realized that it says, if yes, just approve the ordinance. This was my way, though, if we can do something and move on to the next issue. All right, that passes unanimously. I also move that we use $125,000 of the affordable housing funds for the purpose of rehabilitation of one of these houses, because it makes sense. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. And finally, I move that we instruct city staff to use the other houses herefore mentioned for affordable rentals as their leases expire. It's been, all right, Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Begley. Just a couple of questions, Kathy. Are we landlords on other residential properties?
I'm sorry, do we own?
Is the city the landlord for other residential properties? I know we manage leases for a variety of things, but do we have residential units for which we're landlords?
I don't believe so. This would be a.
But we would now become landlords.
Well, we are now.
We're
I mean,
landlords
the city
now.
is
We
now.
just contract that out with.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, for the current occupants.
Correct.
So, assuming the current occupants don't qualify, the only concern or question I have really, I don't know whether to be concerned or not, is placing families that do qualify at 40% of AMI or below in locations that require a vehicle or their own transportation to get to where they need to do their business, to live, right, to shop or whatever. Do you not have that concern? And just in terms of where we put affordable housing, where we invest in affordable housing, it just seems to me to make more sense to do that. Not that I'm not going to support this, but as a general principle, wouldn't we want to put those who qualify in proximity to what they need to live without having to own an automobile?
So I think you're assuming that people with lower incomes don't have automobiles.
I'm not
which I
making
think
any
it
assumption
does.
other than it's 40% AMI
Right.
or lower.
Mhm.
I'm not assuming anything other than what I know what the number looks like. And here is the assumption, whether they own an automobile or not, putting them in locations where they have to own an automobile. That's my question. Is that the kind of policy that makes sense?
Well, I mean, I think from the standpoint of it's better to have a home somewhere and closer to Longmont if they work in Longmont than to have to drive to Frederick and figure out how they're going to get in, or some other place, which is what we're finding, that people are having to drive distances anyway in order to afford something. So I think that's something that could be taken into consideration that both sides have to think about. So the family that's looking at that has to think about that. How are they going to get around? Can they afford that or not? As well as who we have in the queue to lease to.
My last question is, how will would you be the decision maker, and who gets to lease and who doesn't?
No, that would be up to the rental management company within the parameters that we give them around.
So we delegate that.
We have the parameters that say here are the requirements, and that's a change in what exists now. And then if I can, to your previous question, I think as we were evaluating this, that was an issue I think that came up in some of the conversations. What we realized, though, is we have these housing units. We didn't buy them for housing. We bought them for other purposes. And where we were seeing the conversation go in terms of affordable housing, we thought, why not make this available for affordable?
Listen,
and obviously, if someone doesn't have a way for transportation, then we're not, I mean, that'll be a part of the conversation, I think, that needs to occur.
I think using, in fact, I'd asked you for a list not long ago, every asset that the city owns, to make certain we're optimizing every square foot, not just for housing, but for other purposes as well. So I like this idea. But I'm also mindful that it tees up a follow-up question from a number of people in the community who might want to engage more seriously in all the places we might build housing that don't want it in their backyards. The whole NIMBY experience we've had.
Correct.
This tees up, go build it in open space. If this is in open space, go build an open space. And we've said, no, we're not going to use our open space that way. But this invites that conversation. That's my concern.
Well, and I think that's why we said it has to be consistent with how we purchase that property. And so in many of those cases where it's purchased with open space funds, you can't build housing on it. It just happened that there was a house, and then they carve those out in different ways. And so from a fundamental issue with how it was purchased, it is very clear that you can't do that on open space. And if you were to do something like that, at a bare minimum, open space would have to be whole, and it would have to come back through all of these processes. We can't bring you one to build houses on open space based on the requirements in the vote and the use of those funds.
Thank you.
One of the things that it says, the motion was to use these houses for affordable rentals as their leases expire. It doesn't say that you have to rent these houses. If these houses can be sold with a conservation easement for $1.1 million each, take the $2.5 million and throw it into our affordable housing and do your magic thing, get 10 times the return, come up with $20 million and build an apartment complex. The purpose is, I kind of view this as use these houses for the affordable housing program.
And there's some that I think are not, I need to look at the map. There's some houses that we own that we know when we expand Union, we're not going to have houses there anymore. So some of it is not.
The ones that need demolishing, we can give to the city attorney staff to house them. Right? Sweet. Okay. All right.
Bonus.
Mayor Pro Tem? Additional incentive.
I'm for this. I think it's an excellent use of things, and I understand them being grandfathered in because they were on the were on the land before we used it for open space. But I really would like to see us examine our relationship with having a private management company doing the city's work and the contracts. And I know you say you've just been examining that, and I appreciate that, but I think we really need to take a close look at the rental contracts and whether they make sense, whether they're fair, and whether they are not overly onerous.
All right, we've got a motion. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the second item that the city wanted to pull. Number 8M, a proposal for meeting inclusionary housing requirements for the 708, 710 Martin Street development, also known as Pratt and Brown's Gardens Replat B. Specifically, Resolution 2019-99, a resolution of Longmont City Council approving a voluntary alternative agreement for the 710 Martin Street development as satisfaction of the city's inclusionary housing requirements.
Okay, me again. So this is a request, voluntary alternative agreement request by the developer at 710 Martin. They are seeking approval to,
I'm sorry, you know what? Councilmember, she whispered a point of order. We didn't vote on 8C. We voted on those three issues, but we
the
still need,
ordinance.
so let's go ahead and move 8C, ordinance 2019-55. It's been moved and seconded. Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go ahead and vote. Thank you for your patience. What would we do without Marsha Martin? You are a superhero. And that passes unanimously. All right, Ms. Fedler, all yours.
Thank you, sorry.
Back to M.
I should have realized that. So this voluntary alternative agreement is seeking approval to lower the amount of the payment in lieu for this project. The project contains 7 total rental homes, 6 townhomes, and 1 existing house. Because the developer chose to retain the existing house and designate it as locally historic, they lost 3 townhomes that could have been built in the space of that home. This just shows the rental calculator for the 7 units that they are looking to build and have on site, which total 9,920 livable square feet. It does not meet the 20-acre density exemption. And it comes to a total of $18,848 in fee in lieu. The developer is asking council to consider a reduction in the payment in lieu amount equal to their reduced square footage. So what they're requesting is their original proposal that they came into development review for was a total of 9 townhomes. So they were going to demolish the existing 2 homes on the site, 708 Martin and 710 Martin. 9 townhomes totaled 13,680 square feet, which would have been a $25,900 payment in lieu. The revised proposal, in order to keep the home, is to build 6 townhomes, keep the existing home, rehab it, and rent it. That gives them then a total of 9,920 square feet, which is a difference of 3,760 square feet. That, as a percentage of what they originally proposed, is 27.5% reduction in square footage available to them, which would be $13,664.80 if you calculate the fee in lieu on and use that reduced percentage. This shows the site location and a schematic of what the property would look like. The neighbors were happy that they were doing this because it helps preserve the streetscape with having the single-family home and the townhomes in the back. So per the Inclusionary Housing Code, especially K2, which allows council to consider other options under the Inclusionary Housing Program, it states that council should consider whether the proposal will result in more affordable housing, will provide more of a benefit to the city, whether practical difficulties prevent the inclusion of the affordable units on site, whether the proposal would better benefit the inhabitants of the city than requiring the provision of affordable housing on site, and any other factors that might be relevant. So obviously, those two of those are really about whether or not they're proposing something different than doing it on site. So this project, taking a look at how it addresses the council work plan goals, one of the goals is that 12% of all housing is considered affordable. It does not do that. It does provide some level of payment in lieu at 72.5%. And the second goal, increasing the affordable homes by 130 per year, it does not do that. It doesn't add affordable homes to the inventory. The project, however, is in an area of change in Envision Longmont, which encourages infill and redevelopment and a mix of housing types such as townhomes when you are in an area of change. Oops. So the questions to council are, does council wish to entertain this request? If yes, does this reduction make sense, or should some other reduction be considered? And if yes, is the approval contingent on obtaining historic designation of the 710 Martin Street house prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy? So do you want to do it with those first?
Before we do that, I just want to say, as the chair of the meeting, which sometimes is very challenging, essentially you gave us a one-page, 8-slide presentation. I mean, meaning that if this were reduced to the typical slide that we usually get, it would be one page with 8 slides.
Oh, okay.
It's concise, short, informative, perfect. Thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
I do not wish to support this, and here are the reasons why. As you said, this does not really add anything. We have someone who purchased a property and then wanted to not really have to pay as much. They didn't want to have to provide any affordable housing. So they wanted to try to get around, well, you know, I'm realizing this, I'm not too objective about this, but they wanted to get around this by casting this as something that is historically important, yet they have not sought, if they really had a commitment to that, they have not had it declared historical yet. Of course, as Councilman Rodriguez said, we could make that contingent, but this is based on the fact that Jeff Cordoba, who is one of the young men who was killed a long time ago, and the beginning of the founding of El Comité in his name, lived in this house before. They don't really seem to have a commitment to El Comité or any of that. Actually, this seems to me to be a very manipulative kind of agreement. They have tried to talk to me, and they have talked to El Comité, and then they set up a meeting with El Comité at our board, and they couldn't even be bothered. They didn't show up. They couldn't even be bothered to call. So the idea that they are sensitive to the Latino community, I think, is not true. It does not provide any affordable housing. These townhomes will be rented out. They won't be for purchase. They will be rented out for 2 years, then they will flip it over into a 1031 agreement, and then they will probably sell it, at which time we have no idea what will happen. Will they ever be homes that people can purchase, which is the whole point of townhomes? The rental for this, I asked her, she said we couldn't possibly do it for less than $1,800 a month. It'll probably be more than that for these townhomes. We have no idea how much they're going to rent out. The home that they suggest will be the historical designated home. We don't know how much that would be rented out for. None of this will be affordable. And after they sell it, we have no control because it's already done deal. So I don't think this meets any of them or enough of the qualifications for the voluntary alternative agreement request. For that reason, I'm not supporting it.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. So if we don't grant this, will they demolish the house and just build all the townhouses?
So I believe the developer is here.
If that's the
wants
case,
to
then
ask
we'll
the-
lose a historic home, would be my thought. Hi.
Hi, I'm Melissa Louch with Level Associates, and just
Could you really get that microphone up?
I'm Melissa Louch with Level Associates, and just so you know, we have already applied for historical designation for the building. So no, it's not going to go away.
Even if council does not approve the new payment in lieu?
We aren't planning to, no.
Okay.
It hasn't been approved yet. So we've applied, but it has not been approved yet.
I understand that, but if it's not approved, or if council doesn't approve the new cost of the payment in lieu, could you then go ahead and demolish the house, or you just don't plan to now at all?
We don't plan to demolish the
Okay.
house.
Thank you.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. In our council communication, there is a bit of a loophole in our ordinance that I'm going to read it for the residents. There's a potential issue in the ordinance where any development could state that they're building as a rental property, pay the lower rental fee in lieu, and then once they receive their certificate of occupancy, sell the units as a homeowner occupied homes. Because there is a higher payment in lieu for homeowner occupied homes than there is for rentals. So I wouldn't mind approving this if we amend our ordinance to recommend that a covenant be placed on rental properties that would require the developer to pay the difference between the fee paid for rental housing and the fee that would have been applicable for sale units if they sell those units at a later date. Because this is a big loophole. This could happen all the time. We could have developers come in, build rentals, and then within a year or 6 months or whatever, sell them, and we wouldn't have received the difference in that payment in lieu. So in order to keep this issue from coming back time and time again, I think we need to amend that ordinance. Before I make a motion, though, I would like to know the thoughts of the other council people on this.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have one question before I address Councilmember Peck's question. Is the Cordoba house going to be affordable? And is it going to be for sale, or is it going to be for rent?
They would be for rent, like the other properties, and at market prices.
Okay. Now, there is something about paying the additional fee in lieu if the properties are converted for sale. Is the difference between Councilmember Peck's suggestion and what it already says in the council communication, that this is a one-time arrangement and part of the alternative agreement versus an amendment to the ordinance itself? Am I understanding that difference correctly? Anybody?
Mr. May.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. So you are correct that in the term sheet, there is a provision that we would put in the restrictive covenant that if you were to sell as a for sale home, you would pay the difference. We also looked at the ordinance. We could do it by an ordinance amendment. We also have the authority to issue rules and regulations interpreting the ordinance. I think this is certainly within that authority to say that, as a matter of practice, staff was planning on putting something like this into each rental restrictive covenant.
So the proposed restrictive covenant would solve the immediate matter at hand, and then we can consider whether to address the loophole in the ordinance, as Councilmember Peck characterizes it, in the future, either with a regulation or with an amendment. So we don't need to decide now. You
Correct.
can do the regs.
Staff can do the regs.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Dr. Waters? Well, so as my voice cracks, Dr. Waters. You scare me. What can you say?
Yeah, I know. I highlighted the same text in the council communication. I share your concern. I think there is a loophole that I don't think we should try to fix it tonight. If your motion is going to be to bring it back with a fix, I'll second that when you make it, because I think we need to eliminate the loophole. Can I ask? There was no recommendation in the council communication other than give direction. So the staff does not have a point of view on this, or a recommendation to offer us. Is that true?
If you are asking,
I'm asking, do you have a recommendation?
I don't see that there's really a true nexus between providing a historic home and affordable housing.
Neither do I. So we agree on this. Because as I read this, I was, I get the importance of maintaining a historic home or establishing that status, this home in particular. But as I tried to see what are we trying to accomplish here? How does it advance our objectives? I can't come up with a good answer to that. So unless I can see how, for me, at the end of the day, for all of our deliberations, what we've done or didn't do with our ordinance and the package and all the rest of it when it comes to affordable housing, for me, the end game is to accomplish a series of objectives regarding more affordable and attainable housing. If this doesn't do that, then I'm going to vote no. And based on what I've seen, it doesn't do that. Correct?
That would be my opinion. What we didn't know as staff is how council views. I mean, there's always choices that you have
Sure.
to make and conflicting priorities.
I'm just wanting to be clear on
Right.
how I view
Right.
this.
So.
All right, there's nobody in here. I guess this is a legal discussion for Eugene and others. I'm a little confused. Since when is it our job to force a landowner to put 9 housing units on her property? If she wants to put 6, 5, 4, 3, or 2, it's her damn business. I mean, why are we even discussing this? Meaning, if she it shouldn't be 99.20, it should be 91.20. We should not charge her a fee to keep a house. If you want to move in there, you want to sell it, you want to renovate it, do whatever the hell you want. It's none of our business. Am I wrong? I guess what I'm saying is, how does this differ? If somebody comes forward with a plan and says, I want to build 6 units, it's $190 for rental, and I understand the loophole. I was the one who brought it up, and there's about 1,000 other loopholes. I brought that one up, but I'm not bringing up the other ones. And so, nice wink. But and so the thing is that my question is, how does this vary from the ordinance? If she comes forward and says, I want to build 6 units at $190 for rental, that's it.
We didn't bring it forward. I mean, it was the request of the developer to come forward and ask for the reduction in the payment in lieu that would otherwise
My
be
point is,
owed.
how is it a reduction? My point is,
Because they're asking to have it reduced by 27.5%, which
but
is
they don't have to build 9 units. They can build 6, 5, 4, 3, or 2.
correct, and they're going to.
So my point is, but they don't have to build 9.
Correct.
So if they want to build 6, it's $190. So help me see something I'm not seeing. There's everybody's in the queue.
I think I can explain.
Okay, go ahead.
So we wanted to build 9,
Mhm.
but in keeping the historical house, which was requested by the city of Longmont, we
Right.
have to take one building of 3 away.
But why? Okay, my point is, but why do you have to build 9?
Well, that's
But
how many
now you're
fit.
choosing 6.
No, that's how many fit.
Right, but now you don't have to pack them in. You don't have to build 9.
We can't build 9.
No, my point is, if I have an acre lot and I want to build 6 apartments or 1 house and it's permitted, I can build whatever I want as long as it's used by right.
Agreed. So what we're asking for is a reduction in fees because we're choosing not to build 9 because we're choosing to save the house.
No, and I understand that. And I'm arguing for you,
I
which is, why do they have to build 9? anyway.
This is not about 9. This is about whatever number you build, you have a requirement to pay 12%. You have a requirement for 12% for the inclusionary housing piece.
Or $1.90 for rental.
$1.90 per square foot. What
So-
they're asking for is a reduction to the total cost of the $1.90 for the number of units they're going to build.
6 units at 1520. Hold on. 6 units at 1520. That's 9,120 square feet, right? Times $1.90, $17,328. Which is, yeah, but who cares about the house? It's already built. The ordinance does not, what I'm saying is, come see me. I'll refer you to a good attorney. Because this is not the ordinance that I was involved in drafting. We're putting a gun to her head, making her pay money for 9 units when she wants to build 6, and charging her $1.90 for a house that she's not building. It's wrong.
So that the house could be argued, and, you know, that was all of our opinions, that it should apply to the house as well, but we would only charge on the 6 units that she's actually building, plus the house.
Which is $17,328. I'm serious. I'll refer
Plus the
you.
house gets to the 18,000. That's what they would owe.
And what I'm saying is it's wrong. You shouldn't have the house, and not only that, we shouldn't force her to build 9. I'm not saying, it's just a legal argument.
We're not forcing them to build 9, for sure.
We want to charge them $25,992, and we're asking permission for $18,000.
No, that was showing you
No.
what the payment in lieu would have been if they would have built 9.
And what I'm saying is they're not.
Right.
They're only required.
So ignore that.
Yeah.
What we're really looking at is the 18,848, which is the 6 townhomes plus the existing
And
house.
we're talking about saying no. And so what I'm saying is that's wrong. It should be 17. Use by right, $1.90. That's it. So come see me. If it doesn't pass, and I'll refer you to a good attorney, because I view it that way. Anyway, let's go ahead and go through the line, and I'm not going to say anything else tonight. Councilmember Beck.
So,
Just making it interesting, Joan.
they're asking to pay $13,664.80. Am I correct?
No.
Yes, as the
Thank you.
reduced 27.5% reduction to the 18,848.
So
Correct.
you're, hold on one second.
And that is on the 6 units with the 27.5% reduction, which saves them $5,183.20.
Correct.
Okay.
So what is it per square footage that they're asking to pay?
99.20.
Yeah.
That's with the house.
Hold on one second.
Because they're doing substantial rehab to the house.
Times 1.9. Okay, all right.
Do you know, so without the house, it would be $13,664.80. Am I interpreting that
No,
correct?
without the house, it would be what the mayor was saying, 17,000.
So it'd be basically 1,000 less, rounded.
Whatever that figure was, I did not figure that.
Okay.
How did we come up with that number then?
The 9,920 square feet?
So you're saying $1.90 times 0.275. Oops, hold on. So 100 minus 27.5, 72.5, 0.725 times $1.90. So at $1.38 per square foot instead of the $1.90.
That might work out that way. What I did was I took the square footage times the 190 and then reduced it by the 27.5% reduction to get to the 13,664.
I still want to know why we're charging her for the home.
And the 27.5 is taking the house out.
No, 27.5 is their lost square footage from the 9 homes, townhomes to the 6 townhomes.
Okay.
So what's the square footage of the home?
800 square feet.
So you take 9,920 minus 800 times $1.90, and that's what it would be. That's what it would be without the single-family home.
Okay, so that's not the difference. All right.
The The issue in this case is that the property was zoned, it's a change of use that comes into play here. It was zoned for a single family house, and they changed, is that correct? Is it a zoning or it's how it was platted?
So no, I get my whole point is, what does the 9 units matter?
It doesn't.
Why are we talking about it?
That's how
and
it
why are we
started out.
charging them for a house that's already built? Those are really my questions. All right.
So I think the way it started out was they wanted to, and Kathy, correct me if I'm wrong, they wanted to put 9 units on the location. They weren't able to put 9 units on it because of the house. You can't put 9 if you keep the house and put 6. That's the genesis of 9 to 6. The question before you is, so now we're getting into multiple conversation points. One, the council brought up is we used a total square footage of 9,920, which includes the 800 square feet of the home. If you pulled the 800 off and you applied the 12% to it, that would be the number, which is $17,000. What is being asked is to pay
A 27%, 27.5% reduction to whatever the amount we come up with.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, was this, when they purchased this, the house was on it, and I think a few other houses were on it that needed to be demolished, one, okay. And was it rezoned after that? It was originally zoned for a single-family home, and then did it get rezoned, or did they ask for it to be rezoned? Or did we rezone it in the interim?
Mayor Bagley, Mayor Pro Tem Christensen, Don Burchett, Planning Manager. The property was rezoned with the update of the Land Development Code after Envision Longmont. So the property was changed by the city when we adopted the new zoning map. They did not request the change.
Okay, and that was after they bought it or before they bought it?
I don't know when they purchased the property.
Okay.
So I don't know.
All right, well.
Sorry.
Okay, in any case, they knew the house was on it. They wanted to build 9 townhomes, but they knew but they couldn't. So, pardon? Yes, if they demolished the old house, they could. This is, to me, this is sort of disingenuous, saying, well, we could have made this much profit, but now we can only make this much profit, so you need to compensate us for the fact that we couldn't make as much profit as we wanted to make. And, well, you know, I don't, the end point is, what we want is affordable housing, and we want a percentage that's fair to the developer, and if they don't want to build that, then they can pay payment in lieu. But if everybody finds ways to do end runs around this, then we will never get what this town needs. The whole issue is affordable housing.
All right, let's continue our discussion over $3,663.20 with Dr. Waters.
Well, we didn't build the agenda, so it's on here for us to discuss, so I think we get to discuss it. So I'll just leave it at that. So if the request is because somebody chose not to demolish a house, they want a discount on this, that seems to me to not meet our standards for exceptional proposals, if I look down the list. That's the bottom line here, is it not? To preserve the house that is not yet designated, we're asking for whatever the discount is that the mayor just mentioned, correct?
That is correct, and I think, like I said, it's a weighing of
I
city
get it.
priorities.
I get the weighing, and you're being as impartial as you can be in this.
Right, because they did not know the home could be locally historic when they purchased it, so.
And I get that.
Yeah.
And so that's a variable, and I understand the reason for the request. And they'll understand, I hope, the reason for at least some of the votes that are going to be to not grant the request. It doesn't meet the standard we set, or standards or criteria we set for exceptional, for exceptions or exceptional proposals, in my view. That the 27.5% is to compensate for not demolishing a house, correct? Yeah.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. What would the city have done if the builder had declined to apply for historical status for the Cordova house?
That's a good question, Marshall.
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Martin, could you repeat that?
I said, what would the city have done, since the city apparently informed the builder that this house potentially was historic, at least in the context of its own neighborhood. What would the city have done if the builder had declined to apply for historic status for the building?
We would have directed them to go through the demolition permit requirements, and it would have gone through either the staff level approval, depending on whether it met the criteria, or it would have had to go to the Historic Preservation Commission for them to make a decision on granting the demolition permit. That's all that we would have done.
So that means that the Historic Commission would still have gotten a crack at deciding to preserve this house.
I am not an expert in the historic, I'm sorry, but that the majority of the demolition permits are handled at a staff level. They do not go up to the Historic Commission.
Going to ask Aaron to wait.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. So the house isn't currently designated, and as such would just go through the staff level demolition. If it was designated as culturally significant or a historic property, then it would have to go through historic preservation, whereas also as the liaison, I would have to sign off on it as well.
So nobody's left in the queue.
I think I still have the floor.
No, you gave it to Aaron.
Okay.
Have you spoken twice?
No.
I believe you spoke twice, but I'll let you go again, council member.
If it had come before Historic Preservation, Council Member Rodriguez, what would your decision have been? Should the house be preserved?
From my point of view, it is culturally significant to the city of Longmont, and I believe it would probably get the vote of the commission to designate it.
Thank you. So what I'm trying to establish is whether the builder has incurred an opportunity cost by their civic-minded behavior or not. It seems that they have incurred an opportunity cost, but I think Councilmember Waters and Councilmember Christensen also have a point in that there may not be a nexus between that civic act and our desire to get more affordable housing. Do we have an opportunity to split the difference?
All right, there's nobody in the queue, so I'm going to make a motion. I'm actually going to move that we instruct staff to approve 6 townhomes at $190 each, not including the home. You're going to have to pay an additional $3,663.20. It's been moved and seconded. I would prefer you pay that rather than us sit here talking about it more. And if you want to sell that home, you go nuts. You'll make a pretty penny. All right, it's been moved and passed. Let's go. I'm sorry, it's been moved and seconded. Let's go with the vote. All right, Councilmember Peck, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, it will.
This won't.
No, this is a resolution.
Is a resolution? Yeah, so it won't come back. All right, that passes 5-2. 6 units, full price. Go nuts. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Councilmember Peck?
Okay, I am going to move, let me make sure I have this right, that we amend our inclusionary zoning ordinance to say that a covenant be placed on, let me make sure I get, that a covenant be placed on rental properties that would require the developer to pay the difference between the fee paid for rental housing and the fee that would have been applicable to for sale units, should they choose to list the units for sale at a later date.
It's been moved and seconded. So now we can debate and discuss. Councilmember Martin?
First, Councilmember Finley made a good point, which is that forever, or should there have a limitation on it? The staff said it set a 2-year covenant, I believe, on this particular case. When they brought it before us, we chose not to need that covenant, but the staff thought 2 years was enough. And second, I would like to ask the staff why they think this is better handled as a regulation rather than an amendment to the ordinance.
Sorry, go ahead. You can answer that.
I'll take a shot at the second question. I think that we are going through implementation right now. We are learning a lot of things as we do it. I think that the ordinance was designed to give authorization for rules and regulations to address situations like this. I think it would be more efficient to gather up fixes, perhaps, through rules and regulations now, gather them up together and amend the ordinance later if that's what council wants. I think this could lead to serial amendments of the ordinance.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, the mayor alluded to many different loopholes he saw. I think he should gather those up and include them with this amendment. I would like to see this thing sort of go through quickly, because I do think, and in regard to the first thing, the first part of this having to do with a 2-year limit, this is when I would like to have a 10-year limit, because we're going to just see people flipping things here and there. It is difficult, though, for staff to keep track of what somebody has sold. But
if there's a covenant, we get notified.
Okay. But I do think there needs to be a 10-year limit rather than just 2 years, because many people are selling it exactly in 2 years to turn it into something else. And that has to do with the construction defect ordinance, which is a 2-year limit, I believe, right now. It has been reduced from 7 years to 2 years. So that's when a lot of conversions take place, because then they can sell it and it's out of the construction defect.
Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I would be opposed to a covenant that is longer than 2 years. You just don't know what your financial situation is going to be much past 2 years. So it would seem burdensome to me to make it any longer than that. And I wouldn't vote for it.
And nobody's in the queue. It's like one of the loopholes or unintended consequences. Let's suppose that, like right now, yield curve's flipped sometime, historically, sometime within the next, 7 months, we're going to see an economic switch to a recession. The what? If the economy and the yield curve switch is any indication, which it has been all the time in the history of the market, if history holds true, and you can already see that houses, you're starting to see the housing market slow down. If, heaven forbid, real estate depreciates in Longmont, and right now it might not seem possible, but let's suppose it depreciates, and then you can't sell your home. You got a bunch of rental units, but then you can't sell them because you'd have to pay the city an additional fee, but you don't have that money. And so I can just see that that's just one of the many unintended consequences. That's not a loophole. That's just oh crap, we didn't think of that type situation. So I do feel that loophole should be closed, and I would support 2 years. And it's amazing. I think it will be a market-driven solution, because if you've got 6 units and you have tenants there and you're earning money, chances are you're not going to be, kicking them out anyway. And again, this is payment in lieu. These are market rate units anyway. And so we're not preserving affordable units. What we're really doing is just making sure they didn't cheat the city out of the $790 rather than the $190, if that makes sense. So we've got a motion, nobody in queue. Let's go. The motion is instructing staff to alter the ordinance or modify the ordinance so that we close the loophole so that if you're paying $190, saying that you're renting the units, you need to rent those units for at least 2 years. The alternative being you have to come back and pay the $790. Am I summing up that correctly or no? Councilmember Peck?
You are, but I do have a question for Kathy. What is the limit on that? Is it 2 years, or are we assuming this? Is there a time limit on it at all?
I would have to, if you're talking about the construction defects, I'd have to look that up. I don't know that off the top of my head.
No, I'm not really referring to that. I'm just talking about.
It was your motion.
She didn't say 2 years,
I didn't
though.
say.
Okay, that's what I
and
mean. So
that's what I'm
it's
hearing, 2
it's your
years.
motion. You correct it and you say what you want to say.
I do agree that 10 years is too long. So I am going to amend it that if they should choose to list the units for sale after a 5-year time frame. The rental units for 5 years, and then after 5 years, if they decide to sell them, they pay the difference in fee and lieu.
All right, is there a second on that motion? Second. All right, Mayor Pro Tem seconds that. All right, Councilmember Martin, any questions, dialogue, or debate on this specific motion? Okay, go ahead, you're in the queue.
I think what Councilmember Peck said is not what was intended. The covenant would require that they would pay extra if they sold before the 5 years. After the 5 years, they are free to sell. Is that what you intended, Councilmember Peck? Sorry, that's me.
It's like playing phone tag. Yes, up to 5 years. They can keep them as rental for 5 years. If they sell within that 5-year timeline, then they will pay the difference in fee and lieu. Is that clear?
Yeah.
And if they sell them as for sale properties.
Correct.
Yes.
All right, if we could have everybody's attention for a moment, and please be quiet. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I don't really see the point in imposing these year limitations on market rate housing one way or the other, as long as the city is made whole at the end of the day. I think having, covenants on affordable rental properties is absolutely necessary, and as far as the affordable housing and inclusionary housing ordinance is concerned. For market rate housing, I don't think that it performs a necessary function. And the other point that I would like to say is that, as the city attorney mentioned, I think it would be more prudent to wait for a list of multiple issues that they find with the implementation of the ordinance rather than serially amending it. So I would probably vote against this motion.
And so just pointing out a loophole that we're doing, right? Here's what's going to happen, right? Everyone's going to say they're going to make rental units. Then they're going to postpone the payment to 5 or 10 years. So, I mean, that will become the loophole. I mean, what I'm saying is that if they pay $190 and say it's rental, and then sell it once it's done, or sell it a year later, what I'm just saying is it's just postponing the $790. Anyway, Dr. Waters?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Bagley. I'm thinking about what Councilmember Rodriguez said, and I think the implication is, if I were just to extend what you just said, is that I build apartments or rentals at $1.90, and the day I can sell them, I sell them as condos or townhomes, and I've saved $6 a square foot that I would have paid the city 2 years prior or 5 years prior, whatever it is. That's the implication here. Yep. So I guess I guess the question I would ask maybe I'll ask Kathy and then think about it in terms of the motion. I think the loophole needs to be closed. As I sit here, I think about the night we approved, and this is going to sound more critical. I don't mean it to be, because I know we've had all this land code stuff going on with wildlife management, et cetera. But we are sitting here 15, I don't know how many months after we approved, 15 months after we approved the updated land code based on Envision, all the great work that Brian and Aaron did. Is it 15 months ago? And on that night, there were a list of 7 amendments that we knew the night we passed them had to be made. And we added to that list of amendments over the next couple of months. So I don't know how long the list is. I'd asked for that list once upon a time because it had grown. Never got the complete list because I'm not certain any of us remember all of the amendments, right? My worst fear would be that's exactly what happens with this. We start to build a list of amendments and they slip away, and who remembers and who made a motion. That's my concern. So if there's a fix to be made, I think we ought to make the fix, number one. Number two, I don't know what the right number of years is. I guess my question is, would the staff prefer to be, you're going to get direction here to make a fix, I hope. We'll see how the vote goes. Would you prefer to come back with a recommendation on what the fix should be in terms of how long this should be established as opposed to trying to grab a number tonight?
Good idea.
So I'd rather vote for a motion, frankly, that sets the direction and directs staff to bring us back a recommendation on length of time and what the covenant should look like.
To close the loopholes.
Thank you, Councilman Waters, and I would agree with that if staff can bring that back to us within 2 weeks. But if we're going to wait 3 months to get this back, then it's going to be lost in the ether. So that is my concern, is that sometimes when we ask for these things to be brought back, then we have to come back and say, where is it? So I would remove my motion if staff can commit to bringing this back to us at the next regular session.
I would just suggest, so again, going back to our conversation of staffs were always putting things on their plate. We can either vote on your motion or you can remove it, right?
Yes.
So what would you like to do?
Well, I want to vote on the motion then, because if we're going to wait forever to get it on the agenda to bring back, as Councilman Waters said, it's just going to be added to the list of all of our amendments. So we can solve this tonight, and then if it doesn't work in a year, we'll address it again. So my motion, I don't even remember what it was at this
Do you want me to
point.
restate it?
Please restate.
Okay, there's a
my
motion on the table. Councilmember Peck has moved, and it has been seconded that city staff bring back an ordinance stating that, bring back an ordinance for the purpose of closing the loophole, which basically will say if they sell the rental units within 5 years, the city has to be made whole, meaning instead of paying the $1.90, they have to pay the additional $6 to make it $7.90, which they would have paid at the beginning. Right? There's no, okay, so Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second that, but I'd like to point out with what Councilman Rodriguez said, the reason to have this with market housing is because we are losing the actual housing, the actual lower cost housing, and the only thing we have is the money. So that is the only reason that we're even asking for it in the first place, is because it is market rate housing. So, and I agree with Councilman Waters that a lot of things we put off, and we make them very complicated, then we ask them to be brought back, then we lose track of what we asked in the first place. And meanwhile, we've made it more complicated, and it's just, so that's why I would support on just voting for this tonight. I'd like to have staff bring it back, but if we can't get a commitment to come back in 2 weeks, I'd just as soon vote for it right now.
All right, nobody's in the queue. Again, I'm going to vote against it only because I want what I think you really want. The point is, they still are going to bring it back in accordance to their schedule, meaning their plate. As we give things to staff, Harold looks at what he can do and what we're asking with his resources. So this still might come back in the same amount of time as your original motion, or the motion you didn't make. So my point is, they're not bringing this back in 2 weeks. They still have to prepare for an ordinance on first reading. We'll probably, based on the pattern that we've found kind of works, they'll bring it to us for a study session to go over it. Then we'll have our first reading. Then we'll have another second reading 2 weeks later. So this doesn't do anything tonight. It just sets staff in motion. So we can either set them in motion on this, or we can say, let's have a study session, which is going to happen with this anyway, and let's go ahead and have the ordinance that you guys recommend, that Dr. Waters is asking for, and we all win. I'm just saying that I don't think it can happen in 2 weeks. So let's go ahead and vote. There's a motion on the floor, and we'll see what happens. But I will make that motion if this fails. Councilmember Martin. Okay, that fails 5-2 with Councilmember Peck and Mayor Pro Tem Christensen 4. I move that we actually instruct staff to bring back an ordinance with a recommended time frame in order to close this loophole, and that you do it as fast as you can, given your workload.
And
let the record reflect that Harold went,
We're going to promulgate a rule to deal with this issue now.
Say again?
We're going to promulgate a rule to deal with this issue now.
Right.
So you don't have a gap in this at all.
Correct. Perfect. Then let's go ahead and vote. It says voting ended, but I don't think anybody's in the queue, are they? All right, we're going to go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. So we all win. Do it quick. Thanks. All right. Let's see here. All right, that's done. Okay, let's go on to Bonnie Finley's issues that she told me she wanted to pull. Let's go on to 8E. Resolution 2019-91, a resolution of the Longmont City Council on affordable, high-quality health care for all Longmont residents. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I wanted to pull this so that we have a separate vote on it because I, once again, don't believe in resolutions that don't really result in any action. I do believe that perhaps a primer in advocacy is in order. If you really want to affect change, one of the great ways and great opportunities we have to do that is to join policy councils of the National League of Cities. Those folks have experts in policy. They have their experts in advocacy. They bring together council members from across the United States who then go to our actual representatives that are on the committees that can push something forward and advocate for those positions. You can also, during the National League of Cities Congress of Cities, set up appointments like we did after the floods to speak with your senators and representatives personally. We did that to ask for flood money. It worked really well. That's a way to really have change in policies that you'd like to see change. Simply passing another resolution that somebody's going to look at, and those politicians may or may not agree with it, it doesn't do anything. It does not create any action. There are ways to create action. I think that those who want to affect federal policy should use those avenues rather than waste our time here. I will be voting no.
All right. I guess before I call on people, we're having an argument that we have often, which is, do we or do we not advocate for national policy or state policy? And when we have the same conversation, is there something we can do? I mean, I propose we could to finally just put could we all just say what we think on this issue and then call it good until the next election? Meaning, For example, Bonnie Finley, I know that you do not want. Yes. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
We could do that, but you know very well that it won't work because we'll just
We all
keep
like to-
having this
That's right,
discussion.
we will.
I would cite the fact that after the gun safety resolution we had, the next day, our representative, Mr. Nagus, cited our resolution as something that he paid attention to and helped him put forth some national proposals for gun safety. I think that we have a really excellent, we have some excellent representatives, both on a state level and on a national level. I feel like it is our civic duty and our duty to this city to represent the city's opinion and our opinion as representatives of the citizens of this city. And I know we will continually disagree, and we'll just keep on saying the same thing. However, I do think that this resolution calls on both our state and our national representatives to it's quite clear what it calls for considering independent proposals for healthcare. And in fact, it's supportive of what we are already doing, what the governor has already proposed, and what various representatives have already proposed. So it just encourages them. I'm in favor.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I'd just like to quickly say that the same week that the city of Longmont passed its firearm safety resolution, there was a considerable rash of similar resolutions in other states and municipalities, and proclamations by mayors and statements of policy change by corporations about open carry. And I think that these things absolutely are heard by higher levels of government, and sometimes you're at the tipping point and one more voice is a voice that has to be heard. So I am in favor in general of doing this sort of thing, and I am in favor of this one in particular.
Councilmember Peck.
Are we ready for a motion?
Well, I move that we charge $1.90 per word for anyone who makes a national resolution to be donated to the, I'm just kidding. Yes, Councilmember Peck.
And I'm going to charge you for wordsmithing. I move our resolution 2019-91.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All right, let's vote. Thank you, Councilmember Peck. Councilmember Martin? Push it again. All right, it passes 6-1 with Councilmember Finley against, but we still love you, Councilmember Finley. All right, let's move on to Bonnie Finley's second issue, 8F, Resolution 2019-92, a resolution to Longmont City Council approving the City of Longmont Services Contract, proposal RFP VS 19065 for public educational and government access television services.
Mayor Bagley, members of council, while Valerie's getting her presentation up, we did decide to bring a little presentation, assuming that there may be some questions about this one. And so we've asked Valerie to go through what the purchasing process looked like for the public educational and governmental access programming. You may also remember that we went through a public participation process where we had 3 public meetings, and we used Engage Longmont to gain information from the public around what their objectives were for this kind of service at your direction.
And before we start, can we should we take a quick 2-3 minute break? It's been 2 hours. All right, let's just take a quick break. You can stay in the queue. Councilmember Martin, you're next. All right, let's keep going. Valerie, is it? All right.
So, Mayor Bagley, members of council, we recognize this is an odd order. We have a presentation about the RFP process if you would like to see it. Of course, this was pulled by council, so staff does not have to do a presentation. It's really up to you. If you think it would be helpful, we'd be happy to.
Councilmember Martin? I think it would be helpful. I would like to see it. Councilmember Martin, you're in the queue.
I would like to see it and then be in the queue.
Councilmember Martin, you may continue in the queue.
Sounds great. Well, then I'll introduce Valerie Scott, who's one of our procurement specialists, who is the person who handled this particular RFP.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Valerie Scott, as Sandy said, and I am the procurement specialist who facilitated the RFP process for the public access television. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about what our RFP process here looks like so that you fully understand the steps, and then talk about how we applied that process in this specific situation. So our RFP process is used when we should be considering more than just the price when we're making a decision. It allows us to look at quality and approach and a variety of other factors in addition to the price. And we stress the importance of equitable competition, that everyone has a chance, that the playing field is level, and that we reduce and minimize and eliminate any possibility of bias creeping into the process. We have really strict non-disclosure and confidentiality requirements, and the selection is based on the proposer who gets the highest number of points. And that is who we call the best value proposer and the one who is awarded. So I have kind of the steps here, 10,000-foot overview. We develop and release the RFP. We have an evaluation meeting. The proposals are independently evaluated. Then we get together as a committee and discuss. There are finalist interviews, and then an award recommendation comes out for the highest ranked proposer. After the award recommendation, the city continues negotiations with that highest ranked proposer to discuss legal things or business things that we want to fine tune for the contract. And typically purchasing contracts manager or the procurement specialist signs the agreement. In this particular case, the municipal code, LMC 412020, number 1, says that agreements with the Longmont Cable Trust or its successor are approved by the council in an open public meeting, which is why we're bringing this to you today. So specific to this process, the scope was developed to include items that had been specified by council, as well as the community through Sandy's outreach process. The evaluation criteria are stated in the proposal up front. In this case, it was approach to scope of work, company and personnel qualifications, price for services, and innovative collaborations with other community groups. We released the RFP on May 10th. Proposals were received on June 6th. It's important to note again here that we stress the equitability of the process. So during this time, between the published date and the due date, we have a question and answer period. We also have a pre-proposal conference where anyone who's interested has the opportunity to come in, ask questions. All of those questions and answers are compiled and posted so that all of the people have the same information before they submit a proposal. Once the proposals come in, I vet them to make sure that they have been, that they meet the requirements that we specified. At that point, I have a meeting with our evaluation committee, and we talk about the evaluation guidelines. There is a non-conflict of interest, non-disclosure form that is signed, which is why folks who are on the committee can't talk about the process while the evaluation is going on until the contract is signed. After that meeting, they are directed to do independent scoring of each proposal. They aren't allowed to talk to each other. They have a spreadsheet that they fill out, and they send those spreadsheets to me. I'm the only person who has eyes on them so that they are not unduly influenced by another member of the committee. After I get all of those scores in, I compile them, and we have an evaluation meeting to discuss the outcomes and the strengths and the weaknesses of each proposal. And based on the rankings and the points, we select finalists to pursue interviews or clarifications with. In the finalist interviews, I collect any questions or clarifications that the committee has about the proposals. If anything is unclear, or if one committee member read one thing and another committee read another thing, that's our opportunity to get those questions together. We send them out to all the finalists at the same time, and then they are given the same amount of time to prepare and present an interview and presentation to the committee. After that, we discussed what we heard in the interviews. We asked if there were any additional clarifications needed, just to make sure everyone understood what was being put forth in each proposal. Any clarifications that we needed, we asked for in writing, just so it was documented and our understanding of what we heard was actually what the proposer was trying to communicate. So that was memorialized in writing. At that point, we commenced again as a committee, and we looked at the final outcome. And the highest ranked proposer in this case was the Longmont Observer. They scored the highest number of points. Basically, they provided the most services for the available funding, and they had ideas for sustainable funding for the future. In addition to the things that we required in the scope of services of the RFP, which are essentially the same services that the city gets today, they proposed a number of additional services at the same price. So those included recording the 17 advisory boards and commissions, converting all the government meetings to searchable text, creating regular audio podcasts of community interest, creating an open to the public podcast studio, and creating a live streaming radio station. So at this point, we had negotiations with the Observer, fine-tuned the contract, and have brought it to you for consideration today. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have a question for Valerie first, which is, as I understand what you said, the applicants to the RFP, the proposers, were under a non-disclosure agreement, as were the members of the selection committee. Is that correct?
Yes, so we disclosed to folks that the process is confidential and that we will debrief them after the contract is signed.
And for people who are not selected under the RFP, when does the confidentiality agreement end?
So we can't control what they choose to say after they are notified that they are not moving forward. But after the contract is signed, we do sit down and debrief them about the process.
I see. Thank you.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have lots of questions. I think a lot of our community members have lots of questions too. So hopefully the answers will clear up some of those questions. First of all, who appointed the evaluation committee?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Finley, I am the one that appointed the evaluation committee.
And Sandy, did anyone of the committee members have an ongoing relationship with Longmont Observer as a regular contributor to the Longmont Observer? Did you ask that question?
So, Councilmember Finley, as part of the disclosure process, we ask if there's any conflict of interest, which in this case means a financial conflict of interest. And so there were members of the evaluation team that mentioned working relationships with both the Longmont Cable Trust and the Longmont Observer. But there were no financial interests, and so therefore no need to remove themselves from the process based on that disclosure.
So the only way anyone could be removed is if they had a financial interest with a non-profit?
So we would say a personal or financial interest. And
personal, yeah.
And personal is typically immediate family.
Okay. And can you tell us who the evaluators were at any given time? I mean, if you can't now, can you later?
In the spirit of how we typically run the process, I would not disclose that.
Yeah, see, that's not very transparent. That bothers me. That's one of the things that bothers me. The other thing that bothers me is my good friend Scott Converse was on the Cable Trust.
One second, Valerie, you've never been here. It's not personal.
Yeah, it's not personal.
This is not like we're bothered with you.
I'm sure you're
She's talking
awesome.
about process. This is
Yeah.
politics, Valerie. Yeah. It's all good. You just stand there and smile and.
And you do have the
and
cutest shoes I've seen all day.
Yeah. She's like, whoa, who are these people?
Scott was on the Cable Trust board, and as a board member, received a copy of the Cable Trust proposal and had made assurances to the Cable Trust members that he was not applying, and then applied. And after having seen the Cable Trust's proposal, to me, this seems just a bit unethical and also non-transparent.
So in terms of what the city would define as that sort of a conflict, we look at the relationship between potential proposers. If there is collusion for the purpose of defrauding the government, we have an issue, a legal issue.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't control what proposers do outside of that.
Okay, that still doesn't solve my ethical dilemma in that point. That just seems patently unfair to me. The other thing that bothers me a little bit, and I'm sure that Eugene probably knows the answer to this, is our contract with Comcast to receive those PEG fees. It was my understanding that contract specifically mentioned that money going to the Cable Trust and not to some other entity. Am I incorrect in that?
I believe it's just to the purpose of PEG, not to any specific entity. And I can look at my notes.
Yeah, well, you might want to check the Comcast contract. I think that will come up sooner than later. There may be a problem there, as I recall, how that contract was done originally and ongoing. The public wants to know if they're going to lose their Channel 8 on Comcast.
So Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Finley, no, that's part of the contract, of course, is to be able to broadcast on Channel 8 as well as 888 HD, as well as to have an internet presence as well.
And will the Longmont Observer engage with like the senior film people like the Cable Trust had, so that there will be programming like there had been?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Finley, I believe that what we have put into the contract is that they'll be working with all sorts of different access groups, and it's public access, so therefore they're required to offer public access to those who bring video content to them.
Good. The other thing that the community members are concerned with is their K-Good radio station.
K-Good radio.
They do not want an online radio station. Some of them don't have computers, will never have computers, but they love that radio station. And they want to make sure it continues and really make sure, I think in order for it to continue the way it is now, it needs to stay in that building because of the way it is broadcast. Are there any guarantees that radio station can stay there and continue to operate?
So Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Finley, that's not part of this contract. That's actually part of the lease agreement of the Carnegie Building, which you will all be seeing after this is settled, whichever way this, once this is finished, then you'll start to see the Carnegie Building lease. So the intention would be to lease the building to the Observer for the same reasons as we had leased it to the Longmont Cable Trust. If you're telling me at this point that that's something you'd like stipulated in the lease, which it is today, that K-Good Radio has a space in the Carnegie Building, we would certainly carry that piece over. I'm also a fan.
I won't be voting on that in December, so that not being settled bothers me a little bit.
That is the way that the lease is currently listed, is that there is space for K-Good Radio. I am also a fan of K-Good Radio.
Yeah. Councilmember Peck says she'll carry that. So can you go into what is the sustainable funding approach? Can you tell us what that is?
Mind if I do? Okay. Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Finley, what the Observer proposed to the Evaluation Committee was essentially a makerspace, a media makerspace, where people would be able to come in and create content. They could either be part of a subscription, where it's similar to the Tinker Mill, or be able to do ad hoc videos for all kinds of different reasons. So really opening it up to a greater level of public access, And
But charging for it.
maybe a membership as part of it, but of course,
Which-
public access, true public access is required all the time from the contract.
But it's
So
not required now with the cable trust.
public access is required with the cable trust
Right,
as well.
it is,
Yes.
but they don't have to pay for it. And now they're going to have to pay for it?
They won't have to pay for it if they're just going to come in and have public access, but if they would like to have trainings or classes or other kinds of things,
That
that's
are
the
now
model that
offered
they've
for
prepared.
free by the cable trust. Yeah, that bothers me too. The contract also says that the contractor has no employees, therefore isn't subject to workers' comp. How can it do all these things without any employees?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Finley, it's my understanding that the Observer plans to hire freelance videographers. So they're not technically
Okay.
employees of the Observer.
So they're independent contractors?
Yes.
All right. And then it says that we're going to have metrics to measure the success. Can you tell me what those metrics are? And who is doing the measuring? Because it seems to me it says that the Longmont Observer does the measuring. And that seems also, that's like saying, give yourself a grade, you know? I know what I did in college when a professor said, give yourself a grade. I got an A every time. So telling the Longmont Observer, you need to evaluate yourself and tell us how you're doing, just doesn't quite seem to measure up. Seems like a independent third party should be measuring that, not someone, you know, I'm just saying.
So Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Finley, a lot of this is around the number of sessions and users and views. These are canned reports that come from YouTube and from Google Analytics that are usually just run by whoever it is that owns that particular
They can
site.
be manipulated,
So-
though, and I just don't think asking someone to evaluate themselves is a great idea. It's just not. Like I say, I know how I evaluate myself, and I'm sure that Councilmember Peck would probably disagree. So I don't like that either. I just can't vote for this. I'm sure that Scott will do a great idea, but there's not enough transparency. I do see an unethical action here, and if we see it in the very beginning, what's to keep that from happening again? I would never vote for someone to measure their own success, especially given how this all came about in a very, to me, untransparent way. So I won't be voting for it.
If I could address the question you asked me about the dedication of funding. So prior to 2002, it was Longmont Cable Trust was specified. In 2002, references to Longmont Cable Trust were removed, and now it just says the city shall have discretion to allocate capital access contributions in accordance with applicable law. That was a 2002 amendment.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Gosh, I was listening to Bonnie now. I forget what I was going to ask. I do want us to be sure that in the, even though Bonnie will be gone, we've all heard from the city about, from constituents about K-Good. And given that it is this is a public access, we should specify in the contract that they will always have a space in that building as long as they need it. It's a voluntary thing with lots of volunteers, and it's beloved by many people in this community. I didn't even know that it existed until last week, but I've been listening to it a lot. It's very pleasant. There's no yelling, there's no swearing, there's no heavy metal. Gosh, it's just like, oh, why? Oh, okay.
You're rocking a little bit. You're going like this. So just
All right, okay. Anyway, it's pleasant. It's like going back into my childhood where nobody yelled and screamed and there was no heavy metal or obscenities. And so it's a good thing. We should make sure it's in the contract. I am a little disturbed at the idea of replacing independent contractors of having independent contractors instead of employees, because that's the way this country is going, and it's kind of destroying people's ability to make a living. But when something is getting started, I think that's not a terrible idea for people to start off and then become employees. Anyway.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I'd like to go back as one of the two city council liaisons to the Cable Trust Board to my very first meeting of the Cable Trust Board, which was where I learned something that I didn't know, which was that the funds from the Cable Trust, from Comcast to the Cable Trust, were diminishing because, of course, Comcast is properly losing its market share to Nextlight in this city. And the way I learned that was that Councilmember Finley was admonishing the Cable Trust Board that this would happen and telling the members of the board that, in her opinion, they should be thinking about other sources of funding. Over the time that I was on the Cable Trust Board as a digital media specialist of sorts, that is a computer scientist who uses the internet and digital media as a means of communication fairly regularly, I had suggestions for the Cable Trust Board about how they should be upgrading the services they provided. And I subsequently learned that members of the city staff had made similar suggestions about digital services that should go with public access media. And none of those were implemented to any degree by the Cable Trust. So a couple of people in the public who spoke to us this afternoon, or earlier this evening, I should say, said that there was no warning that these new requirements were being imposed on the Cable Trust and on the Channel 8. And I have to say that that just flat isn't true, because I was a witness, and in some cases I was the provider of the suggestions. And none of those suggestions were taken up. In fact, after I introduced the motion, which was passed by council, that this RFP be issued, the response by the Cable Trust was to write a report about all the good things that they have done, which was essentially a justification for not changing. So I just think that that needs to be out on the table. And I would not have introduced this motion under any other circumstances but frustration, and because I felt that we were heading for a breakdown, that eventually there would not be enough money to support the services that we already had, let alone the services that in a modern world we are entitled to. So I think that that needs to be said. I don't think that there was any lack of transparency about it. It was said on September 25th of 2018 in public in this meeting. It was said in the public meeting for the Cable Trust Board more than once. I think the council voted to put Mr. Converse on the Cable Trust Board in the hope that he would be able to introduce some of the missing practices that the city wanted to see, that I, as a member of the city council, wanted to see. And, you know, we voted him in and we voted for this RFP. So I don't see any double dealing there. And I'm going to support the results of the selection committee because I think we need better services than we have had, and we need an organization providing the service, which after all specifies that it provides all the services previously provided by the Cable Trust, plus some additional requirements. And so there's no reason for anything to stop. And we should be able to go forward. When you need new management, you need new management. I'd also like to say about KGUD that Councilmember Finley, it's not an either or. The Cable Trust has nothing to do with KGUD. The lease of the Carnegie Building by the city, there's one lease for the Cable Trust Board and there's another lease. No? Same lease? Okay. But it's not the Cable Trust contract for public access television. So those are two separate leases. Thank you. I just don't see a problem with the continuation of KGUD. It's not in any way mutually exclusive with whatever streaming radio service that the Longmont Observer organization would wish to provide. So it's not like we have to decide. And finally, on the subject of metrics, this council has, since at least the election of Dr. Waters, pretty much been demanding that every organization set metrics for itself. And that's the whole idea of, pardon me? Well, yes. I mean, that's essentially what you do, Councilmember Finley. You say what you're going to accomplish in advance. You make a record of your accomplishments. And then at the end of a measurement period, you match up your predictions with your accomplishments. And that's self-measurement, and it works in most contexts. If it doesn't work, it means that you're lying. And we don't expect that of our contractors. So I think that's what I have to say. I completely support this process, and I am disappointed that the existing Cable Trust subverted, if not the letter of their confidentiality agreement, then certainly the intent of it, because a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt has been disseminated in the community, and I don't like that one bit.
Dr. Waters?
Yeah, I'll just comment on the metric topic here, since my name came up in the conversation. I think we need to think about the differences between setting goals and objectives and performance targets that are part of that process, identifying data sources, data collection, and the use of those data in the form of metrics to self-assess whether or not you're hitting your numbers, right? That's every organization's obligation. When it comes to the city, the notion that there's been external evaluators to come in and evaluate the success of units within the city, I think is inaccurate. Because you hired an external evaluator to take a look at one of our programs this year. In the budget, we have budgeting for you to be able, in your budget, to hire. How many other external evaluators have we hired in the last 10 years to come in and do external evaluations of city programs? Or since you're in your tenure?
Yeah. So I think it depends. We bring external individuals to come in and evaluate rate structures and things like that, but as a full program evaluation,
yeah,
that's not something we've historically
Yes, the city
done.
hasn't used program evaluators. So to hold one program up as obligated to have external evaluation when none others do doesn't make a lot of sense. Beyond that, the use of performance targets and in forms of evaluation in the context of accountability is, for me, is what my interest has been from day one. I do think there are times when we need external program evaluation, and I've been public with that, and I'm glad that we're doing it. But the whole purpose of setting goals, objectives, performance targets, data, identifying data sources, going through data collection, using data, and the metrics that you can utilize based on the data are all about accountability. What we say we're going to do, whether or not we've done it, how we know, how we report that, and how you use the data, not for evaluation purposes, but for improvement purposes. So to narrow metrics down to one purpose is a misrepresentation of the whole concept and the use of metrics for accountability, for program improvement. Certainly they're used in program evaluation, both self-assessment and external evaluation, but if you're going to have the conversation, you better broaden it and know what you're talking about.
And I misspoke. We have evaluators come in. Obviously, we have auditors, but when we deal with federal funds and HUD, we have program evaluators come in on various programs. Forgot to make that clear.
Joan, have you spoken on this topic yet? Joan Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. First of all, I want to thank Valerie for this excellent presentation, her first one before council. You did a great job. And I also, when I was on the board of the Cable Trust with Councilwoman Finley, there was the discussion that we were losing the franchise fees from Comcast. And we asked, because Layer 3 came in at that time, were we going to be getting franchise fees from Layer 3 to compensate? So the Cable Trust was losing money. We didn't have any way to generate funds. And they didn't seem to come up with any creative ideas as to how to do that moving forward. So for the observer to charge for some of these classes, and I think it's a good idea. We need to figure out ways we can get some kind of funding base. On the metrics, I agree that we need goals, we need accountability, and that the observer, all organizations, all departments that we have here, need to set their goals and then evaluate themselves as to whether they've met them. And then the city, we do that all the time. If you don't set a goal for yourself, you don't know where you're going. So, however, I do appreciate and want the feedback from the residents as to how we're doing. So I'm going to direct Sandy, or whoever she, maybe Marika, I don't know, on Engage Longmont on that survey page. This is a one-year contract. 6 months in, I would like to know how they're doing from the residents. Can we have something, and I would love to sit with you and figure out what it would look like so that we can get some feedback from the residents 6 months in, instead of waiting till when that contract comes up and have a ton of people come and tell us what they think.
I'm just gonna do a point of order with a small p.
We can't do the direction.
Yes, we can't direct as individual council members, but I'm sure Harold would be more than willing to set up a time for you to sit down and get the information you need.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Okay, so that's it. I am going to vote for this, but with tongue-in-cheek, kind of, because I don't know how they're going to run this. I don't think any of us do. We're going to try it, see how it works, see what the feedback we get. In a year, the contract's up and we can decide again.
All right, Bonnie, you're in the queue, but I haven't spoken. Is that okay if I go? Sure. All right, thanks. And you're up. Well, you're up for, this could be your second time. And if I say something really stupid, you might want to smack me down. So this way, it gives you ample opportunity. So, I guess I've got a couple of things that don't sit well with me, right? And I don't like it when things don't sit well, right? So, ooh, that was a good effect. Did you see that? You know, all right. Anyway, sorry. So I guess first of all, I guess I'm hearing two messages, right? On one hand, from a variety of council members, which is okay. I'm not accusing anyone. It's just everybody has their own opinions here. But on one hand, council said, hey, Cable Trust, heads up. You have an unsustainable financing source. You got to come up with a solution. and we kind of told you this was coming. But at the same time, I, as a council member, I am completely clueless as to what happened. I have no idea what happened in this RFP process. So, I mean, I don't think it's possible, other than putting it out for RFP and saying, these are our concerns. At least I didn't have any part in this whatsoever. No, I didn't. Meaning that, I voted against it, but council in a whole voted to do an RFP. But that RFP process had nothing to do with council direction. The RFP process is completely independent of what we're saying or what we're thinking, correct?
So the way this occurred is this conversation started in the budget process last year about sustainable funding, and the direction was to bring back an RFP process. We then came back, and Sandy can give more specific information. We came back to the city council, and we had a discussion on a Tuesday night and said, what would you like to see in terms of the RFP process in general terms? We then also put that out on Engage Longmont. We had some public meetings on this. And then we came back and said, here's the RFP. And we went forward. That is then when we said, do you want to use an RFP process? And then you go into that mode of, here's how it is.
Yeah, I get that. Well, I'm just saying that after that point,
Correct.
I have no idea what the Cable Trust presented. I have no idea, other than what is right here, right now on this screen, about what the Longmont Observer presented. And so my point is, council is not involved in the RFP process, other than saying, go forward with the RFP process. Is that a correct assessment of the situation? At least if it's not a correct assessment, I need metrics, because I don't have the information.
So, Mayor Bagley, after the council gave their objectives, which is what basically turned into the scope of services.
Yep.
Council gave their objectives, and then you actually made a motion to add the community's objectives, which is why we had the 3 public meetings in the Engage Longmont piece. At that point, at the end of that process, we sent an email out to the entire council asking who might want to be on the evaluation committee from the council. So that was the opportunity to be on the evaluation committee. Once that evaluation committee was comprised, then the process is closed in order to make sure that there isn't.
Right. So my point is, I have no idea what happened. Right. I'm just saying that that's a fact. I'm not angry. It's just the sky is blue, right? I don't know what color the RFP was in this particular case because I haven't seen any of them by design. So I guess so really there's 2 ways to look at this, right? Number one is, are we approving a new cable trust, for lack of a better word, steward? Whatever you want to call this, a public access social media steward? Or is this really a referendum on our RFP process? Because there's really 2 different questions as far as what we're talking about. And so my question is, why does it come back to city council to approve, but we aren't allowed to see the RFPs? Because, it seems silly to me. Why do you even come back to council to get our permission if we don't have the data to make a decision?
Yeah, this is an odd one that we had to have a lot of legal collaboration on to determine the answer. And Valerie, why don't you explain where we landed?
We did discuss this, Mayor. We discussed this with the city attorney's office, and looking at the municipal code and that specific provision 4120201 says that the contract with the Longmont Cable Trust or its successor will be approved by council in an open public meeting. And so the opinion was that we really needed to bring it to council in an open public meeting.
Right. So my question is, an open public meeting to me would be, the whole, in business, right? Going back to your comment on do not want to defraud the government. If it was my company, right, and I had a member that was going to see the bid and then bid on that bid, I'd be upset, because as a private business, I'd be like, wait, if I'm putting out a bid for copy paper, I get the best price by having 2 independent bids, not somebody sees what your bid is And then, I mean, that is the very definition of fraud in the RFP process. That is what fraud is. You know, I mean, I had Kurt Lauer when I was a kid. My best friend, his dad went to jail for something similar, I believe. I don't want to do defamation or anything like that, but I remember as a kid, his dad getting in trouble for some type of RFP shenanigan accusation. So that is the definition of fraud, when somebody says, hey, I'm going to get a sneak peek and then I'm going to come in and give my own bid. So that is what, anyway, so I would hold that that is what the definition is. And so the other thought I'm having is, if it's an open meeting, especially given the facts of the case, I would like to see the RFPs, meaning that I want to see the proposals. I mean, whether it's an executive session or whatever, if I'm going to be asked to make a decision or one vote out of 7 on what happened, I'd like to see what happened and then bring it back to an open meeting and have a discussion. And right now, it doesn't matter. I mean, the whole point of the confidentiality is to make sure that the city gets the best deal. After the deal's been done and we have the information, then it all can become public. So we should be talking about the RFPs. We should be looking at the process. And then, and so, I mean, at the end of the day, if you were to ask me, what is best? I would probably say I did not like the idea of a library district, right? I do like the idea of the Longmont Observer taking over this. I know Cable Trust doesn't want to hear that, but just knowing, I mean, like, for example, you'll see me on my phone. Oftentimes I'm up here watching the comments, you know, on the delay, on the feed, just like, oh, I wonder what people are saying, you know. I mean, tonight, you know, What's Up Longmont is a group that was having a council session, and they were all ripping and supporting Cable Trust, and, you know, Longmont Observer just jumped on and said, oh, by the way, this is my feed, you know. And I kind of chuckled. So, I mean, but my point is, it doesn't matter what I think or what my personal opinion is. One, we need to have an RFP proposal process when we're going out to bid that is completely independent and free from any type of, you know, sharing information. One. Two, when it's an open meeting, council needs that information to see how that process went forward. Because I don't know, maybe you're wrong. I might have scored it different. Right now, I'm hearing a lot of accusations. I think there's some bias on all sides here, right? Even myself, I like Scott Converse. I'm willing to admit that I like and trust Scott Converse. I'm biased, right? So I think that before we vote on this, I'd like to have an executive session where we read those. I'd like to see those RFPs so I can have a better understanding, because I've heard rumors about how the Cable Trust apparently didn't do a good job on their RFP, right? Which obviously is the case, or else you would have been awarded the contract, right? Or that, people were biased against Scott or for Scott. I mean, there's all these rumors running around. This council's, our job in an open meeting to approve it is to make sure there was no shenanigans. So I want the information to make sure there were no shenanigans. And once I'm comfortable, I'm more than happy to vote for it and approve the Longmont Observer's contract. But until then, I can't. So, oh boy, now we're all in the queue again. All right, Councilmember Finley.
I just had a quick question. So the Cable Trust has a board. Will the Longmont Observer also have a board of various community members?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Finley, that's up to the Observer. We are contracting with the Observer, and it's up to them if they'd like to use a board or what their particular structure is.
So there won't be, like on the Cable Trust board, we have the school district, we have city council, we have various members of the community that oversee what they do, make suggestions, and evaluate what's being done. I like that idea of not having that in the contract. Seems like we're not having oversight by the public. So I don't like that either. And I get the metrics thing. I understand the metrics argument here, but that still doesn't solve my ethical dilemma that we have. I would be inclined to agree with the mayor that I'd like to see the proposals. We're voting on a contract, and we've never seen the proposals. So I would agree with him on that.
Okay, who is, all
Mayor
right.
Bagley, can I just add one other piece?
Sure.
The board is actually part of the bylaws of the Longmont Cable Trust, not required by the city.
All right, let's go with Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Actually, this question's for you. If you want to see the RFP process for this, and you want to look at the RFP process in general, does this mean RFPs for developers, vendors, everything that we put out for RFPs? Because that is a whole different ballgame, and RFPs that end up with different departments and staffs. So do you want to see all those RFPs? All those?
No, the ones we vote on, in the event that it's council, if council has to approve something, I refuse to believe that this council is nothing but a rubber stamp, which means that it's our job to make sure the process was adhered to, that there were no shenanigans, and that everything was above board. So in the event that there's a doubt, and the city ordinance says that we're supposed to review it, especially in an open public meeting, should we want to see those RFPs, I think we should have the opportunity to see the RFPs. We don't have to have an executive session. One of my pet peeves is having a meeting when, I don't want to go. I just want the opportunity to see and read the RFPs. I'll sign a confidentiality agreement. I'll do whatever we need to, but I would argue that it probably shouldn't be done in private. I think those RFPs at this point should be made public. That's why it says open meeting. All right.
Then I would agree with that.
Yeah. And again, I'm, even with everything I've heard, that doesn't mean I wouldn't vote for it. I just want to have the data. All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I'm going to vote for this. I do have some qualms about various aspects of how this happened, how this was conducted. But, as Sandy has pointed out and as Harold has pointed out, we did have the opportunity. We have so much stuff going on that we forget all the things, all the steps that happened all along the way. We were given opportunities to participate in things. 2 members of City Council were on that decision-making board. We had input into what we were going to ask for in the RFP, correct? If we didn't do it then, this is really, to me, an operational thing. And therefore, it's not, once we have the opportunity to make policy and we don't take it up, then it has to move on. And we have to put our trust in the people who are professionals, like Ms. Scott, who do this for a living, and the other people who are from our staff who are on this board, and who members of City Council are on the board. And I don't want to rehash this some more and look at presentations. We have the RFP here. It is public, and it has been for over a week. I would have liked to have seen it, I guess, before the finished thing, but I don't feel the need to rehash the decisions made by the board when they did. I'm comfortable with the fact that they did evaluate this. I am comfortable also with the fact that, much as I do respect all of the years and years of work of the Cable Trust Company, we did tell them several years ago that we've known this for a long time, that there's a problem with the money from cable going down. In fact, I've never had cable, so I've never been able to access Channel 8. I have to look at it on YouTube, but that's okay. I can do that. We've tried to discuss this, and I know this has been part of the discussions that our representatives on that board have had, that the money is disappearing. It's almost half of what it was, I think, before. And we have to find a different way of financing this, and we have to find different ways of thinking about what public access is and what public education, I mean, this is for public education, and how that ties into all the other kinds of education going on in the city. We have to rethink it on a really fundamental way. So I am comfortable with this decision, and I don't feel the need to rehash it and delay this any longer.
Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. Just on this last point, Sandy, remind us of what percentage of total revenue from franchise fees go to the contractor, and what percentage go into the general fund?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Waters, of the franchise fees, 25% goes towards the public educational governmental access, and 75% goes into the general fund. In addition to that, though, there are PEG fees, public educational government access fees, which are used for capital, and 100% of those go towards whoever is awarded the contract.
So my point is that you know that would be up to us at budget time what we wanted to do if we wanted to alter that split. I guess to the mayor, I want to ask, based on what I've heard you say, and you frame that as a referendum on the procurement process. Well, yeah, that's the way you framed it, right? Because that sounds to me like you're making it a referendum on the procurement process. That is what you're doing.
No. What I'm saying.
That is what it sounds like.
No, what I said is there's two, you could potentially look at it like this.
That's the way it sounds like you're looking at it.
What I'm saying is that it's not the process. Part of that process is it comes back to council. In an open meeting, we approve it. And I'm just saying that I agree with the process. I just think
it sounds like you don't agree with the process.
What I'm saying is that what I would like as part of that process is if we're going to approve it, part of that process is I just want the data. And the reason I say, I mean, I'm brutally honest sometimes, and so please don't hold it against me.
So am I.
Yes. So the thing is, there are relationships on this council, right? I mean, we are. I mean, I went to Sturgis with you. I mean, anyway, there are certain council members
We're
that
motorcycle buddies.
Yes. Well, I'm not supposed to talk about Sturgis, I was told. But my point is there are certain affinities, relationships, and alliances, and what I'm saying is that...
Which has nothing to do with what we're about to do tonight.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is that I recognize that I've got certain biases, right? And I like Scott Converse. I trust you and Marcia. I mean, what I'm saying is that it'd be very easy for me to vote for this. And what I'm saying is, okay, discipline would say, if I can see the RFP, given the rumors and given the accusations or given the questions, because remember, I voted.
How is that not a referendum on the process?
No, because it's not, because the process.
You don't trust the process.
No. What I'm saying is the final part of the process is that it comes to council for approval in an open meeting. And there's one of two ways to see and interpret that process, which is either A, rubber stamp it and go, you know what, I'm good, even though there's concerns, or say, all right, if it's an open meeting, I want to hear what happened.
That's the way you framed it. Now I'm going to frame it the way it sounds to me.
Okay.
It sounds to me like you don't trust the process, so it's going to be politically corrupted by what you've suggested. And if we're going to corrupt the procurement process by politicizing it here, then where does that end? Because the question about which contracts we get to say to the staff, I want to see this because somebody made an allegation about the CEO of some organization who I no longer trust. And by the way, if someone had made an allegation tonight about you or about me or anybody on this council and their ethics, I don't think, and not able to comment on that, somebody made a statement earlier. Do you know that that's true?
But that's my point.
I'm not talking about RFPs. I'm talking about a statement made about an individual. Do you know that that's true?
What statement?
About who had a chance to see an RFP and question the ethics of the process and the people.
No.
It's been repeated now several times.
I have no idea. What I'm saying, what I do know is, by the way, this is a fantastic meeting, by the way. So the whole, I'm not accusing anybody. The whole point is I don't know.
You're questioning the veracity and the integrity of the process is what you're doing tonight, and it becomes politicized, which is a corruption of the process.
In what way?
Because you will decide that the process that was described by Valerie lacks the integrity to be supported by this council.
No, because
Yes.
no, because we ask specific questions. So here's the difference, right? The process that we discussed tonight, right, included a definition of what is and is not appropriate, and the response from Valerie was the legal standard provided by the city was one of if it does not defraud the or defraud the government, we don't care.
All right, let me change this a little bit. What's the process that gets us to leases for Vance Brand or open space, anything we lease? Those all come to us for approval.
Correct.
So if I ask for backgrounds, vitas, profiles on the people, their politics, their history, can I get that and make a decision whether or not I want to approve a lease based on criteria that I don't have to specify?
Mayor Pro Tem did it like several times about airport leases. You wanted to know who was coming into the airport and why we were getting.
Asking questions about the lease is one thing. Making allegations about the people involved.
There's no allegations. I'm not making. I just want to know. All I'm saying is I want to see the RFP. What I'm saying is if I'm asking to approve an RFP,
then we're going to substitute ourselves for the staff.
Nope, not at all.
Well, sure what it sounds like.
No, what I'm saying is, again, all I'm saying is if I'm asked to approve something, I know nothing about it. No one has told me literally anything about this. Literally nothing other than what I've read in the paper, which I don't think it should have been stated, right? Things that were said at public invited to be heard tonight, which could have very well been a violation of, your promise not to say anything outside of the RFP process. And again, I don't even know if you apply for an RFP, you do promise to be quiet. I don't even know that.
You don't apply for an RFP. You submit a proposal in response to an RFP.
What I'm saying is that if you submit an RFP, I don't know.
You submit a proposal.
Are you bound by silence?
Well,
or is it the board?
That's the city's process.
Or is the
Yes.
And so what I'm saying is I don't know. And so we're either going to rubber stamp it or I will, right? You're coming at this, I think you are one of the people that you know all the information. I don't know anything.
For me, what's important here is the principle, not this particular. This contract matters to the city,
right?
But my bigger concern is how our procurement process is about to get politicized, which is a corruption of the process. That's my concern. And if we can do it here, we can do it everywhere.
Well, I'm not.
That the city does business.
That's the reason why I mentioned executive session.
I don't think this. I wouldn't go into an executive session to have this conversation.
And that's also why I said I'm willing to sign a confidentiality agreement. I don't want to have a political discussion. I don't want a referendum on the RFP process.
That's what we're getting.
What I'm saying is I don't even want to debate it more than this. I'm just saying before I vote, I want to read the RFP. I'd like to see the data, and then in open meeting, I can say, okay, I'm going to vote for it. I don't want to change the RFP process. I'm not emotional about this. I'm not angry about this. I'm not suggesting or trying to change something. I am just very aware that I am biased in this situation due to the people that sat on that board and the person who won the award. And I just want to be fair, and I need data in order to vote.
That sounds like to acknowledge your biases and then insert yourself into the process sounds like a corruption of the process to me.
Except that I'm on the other side. Yes, Sandy.
No, go ahead.
All right, Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Because you are conflating the terms RFP and proposal and calling both RFPs, I'm not sure exactly what you said.
Well, proposal,
but okay.
Same thing.
No.
Yes, a request for an RFP is
a request for proposal is a solicitation. A proposal is the response to the solicitation. You saw, whether you read it or not, you had the proposal in May. I'm sorry, you had this, now I'm doing it.
RFP.
You had the RFP in May, and the responses were received by a committee sworn to confidentiality, professionals in procurement, who scored those proposals against the RFP that we have every opportunity to be familiar with. So to say that you don't know what you're getting isn't really
All I'm saying is-
accurate. No, let me finish. If you know the RFP, an RFP, that's those proposals against a set of requirements that are listed in the RFP. And so if you say we're going to award to the highest scoring proposal, then you have at least a minimum of what you're going to get. You're going to get everything that the RFP says you're going to get, because those were the requirements. So I think that, although I hope, and Sandy, I'm going to ask you this question, I think that the proposal should become public once the award has been made. Yes, everybody's nodding.
Correct.
Okay. That we shouldn't see them beforehand, for the same reason that we didn't get to participate in the process, because we are the council, we're voting on this thing, and there are opportunities for us to become biased because people want the contract. So the thing is, we can vote. We always say trust the staff. They are professionals in what they do. I'm fonder than I ought to be about second guessing the staff, but this time I think that the process has made sense to me. We have the scores, we have the RFP. We can say, do we accept the conclusions of the staff, or do we go back to the drawing board, right? That's the process. We don't get to say, oh, pretend this never happened. No, we've opened Pandora's box. So now, if we don't accept the results of this process, we have to repeat it.
No. So I mean, I had some clarity, Dr. Waters. Here's the difference. It's not a referendum on the process. It's a referendum on whether or not the process was followed. So first of all, you have access to the data.
I have the floor. What data do I have access to that you don't?
All right, hurry up and make your statement and surrender the floor. I'll wait.
Oh, well, I have to have some time to think about what your interruption means, Mayor Bagley. But
Go ahead. I'm the chairman. Go ahead and finish your comment and surrender the floor.
I believe, and Sandy was nodding about that we get an up or down vote, and that if we vote no on this award, we have to solicit new proposals. Or I suppose we could disband the public access station, but we've pretty much heard from the public that that's not what they want. So I think we have to submit new proposals. We have to solicit new proposals.
All right, the floor has been surrendered. So I had an insight, right? And that is, it's not a referendum on the process. It is a referendum on how the process in this particular case worked. Not the process, but the thing is that what it's coming down to is, if there was a board member who saw the proposal and then submitted his own proposal, of course it's going to be a better proposal. And I would like to know what happened. The whole point of us approving it is to make sure that the process was followed. So it's not a referendum on the process. I want the data to make sure that process was followed. That's it. I don't want to change the process. And so I just want to know what happened. And what I heard tonight was that accusation, which I don't know was true or not. I don't even know if it matters. I'm just saying that before we vote, I want to know what happened, because you see all the cards. You see all the cards. No, weren't you on the committee? Who was on the committee? Who was the other one? You and who else? There were two.
The rest were staff. No.
The rest were staff? Okay, sorry. I thought, so my point is that there are staff, I just, look, I'm supposed to vote on the cards, and I haven't seen the cards. It's not a referendum. I just want the data. So I'm done now. All right.
So
go ahead.
Let me provide some information. I think, and I just asked the question, the issue that you're asking about, did that come up in the RFP process? And the answer was no. So when you go through an RFP process, you evaluate it based on the criteria, and you score it, and you don't know who the other scorers are because you all receive a number, and every one of them, whoever's in the process, go through and they put a score. In full transparency, I was brought in, and I'm doing this because we have staff members that do this on a regular basis. This is what they do, and this is how we go through these processes. It is not, and I will say this to give a sense of it, it is not uncommon for us to have incumbents come through the process and incumbents don't win it. That's fairly regular in our world, and it's one of the hardest things they have to go through. I was brought in, I signed a non-disclosure, I didn't see the scores, I didn't see the RFPs, but I spent about an hour with the group pressing them very hard on what did you look at? Are you happy with your scores? Did you go through this? And really press them incredibly hard, because whatever the outcome was, we knew there was going to be an issue. What I can tell you is, coming out of that conversation, those individuals were true to their scores. They approached the process with a tremendous amount of integrity, and there was no one on that committee that felt pushed by anything. I can say that unequivocally, and I'll say that to the end of time. And again, I can't reiterate how direct and how, in some cases, pointed I was in the conversations to make sure that the process went appropriately. That was my job in this. As a point of reference, just so everyone knows, we do a lot of RFPs. There are times when we have directors and myself that may have to sign contracts, but we're not on the RFP process. And I don't know unless I sign that document where I go in the cone of silence. I am saying this because what I don't want folks to think about is how this process goes through and how regimented we are in it. Valerie doesn't vote. She is a referee that will call anyone on the carpet, and Valerie has challenged me when I've been on something when I want to ask a question and I can't ask it. If Valerie feels like that process is not correct, her job is to come to me.
So just one question. And again, this is not me ripping on Scott. If he's awarded the contract, I want to make sure that we never talk about this again. Did he ever see their proposal before he wrote his proposal?
So Mayor Bagley.
Did you provide it to him?
To be extremely blunt, it's not our business.
Correct.
We certainly would have never released a proposal. We're not even releasing it to you until the contract is signed. So we never released anybody else's proposal to anyone else. That would be an absolute corruption of the process. Now, what happens outside of the city is not within our control nor our concern.
Okay.
Let me give you my example. If I'm dealing with any issue and I have any concern about a staff member or someone else, I don't share it with them. That's my control mechanism. And to be honest with you, if I had a concern about a council member and somebody wanted something and I feel like there was a moral, legal, or ethical obligation I had, I would say no.
So again, I'm sorry I'm jumping in, guys, but so essentially what it is if he did see it, that was between him and the Cable Trust Board, which is a non-city entity. Meaning,
correct.
If a board splits up and they both submit a proposal, that's what happened here. Okay, all right, that's different. All right, let's run through this. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I move approval of Resolution 2019-92.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. I'm going to vote for this. I would just like to give my perspective as somebody who's done, I don't know, thousands of bids and RFPs and everything in my life. Different organizations have different criteria for the ethics, I mean, the legal issues, and the well, private companies tend to have a different set of rules than a government authority, but everybody has certain rules. And I don't believe that our staff and the people on that board would violate those rules, because, you know, in my experience, you just have to you have to be fair to everyone. Even if there is something that you think is that they are not really disclosing, you have to, for instance, on a bid, you have to give it, if it's for the state of Colorado, you have to give it to the lowest person, unless, or the lowest bid, unless you know some other criteria that would keep them from doing that. You simply follow exactly the rules that you're supposed to. We hired somebody from outside to come sort of supervise this thing, and that was a good thing. And the other people on staff, I think, are far more objective maybe than this board, than we would be in evaluating that. I am very comfortable with them doing the evaluations, and their we have the RFP here. What
I meant
we do
proposal.
not have is
Sorry, out of order.
the
Mayor, shut up.
presentations. Okay.
No, me out of order. I shouldn't
Oh,
interrupt you.
all right. Yes, you are out of order. But anyway, so as Councilman Martin said, you're confusing the RFP, the proposal, with the presentation. We haven't seen the presentations. I don't think we need to second guess the presentations when they have been viewed by a number of people who have evaluated them in an objective way. I'm sorry that there are people who are unhappy about this, but there are always people who are unhappy about a competitive bid, and that is simply the way it works. But I am comfortable with the objectivity and evaluation of our staff.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley.
You have the floor.
I'll try not to rant this time. I think, having evaluated proposals in other contexts, I just want to say that it is a grueling and horrendous process, because even though everybody is responding to the same set of requirements, they make up their own language, they put the proposal in their own order, they respond in ways that the drafters of the RFP would not have anticipated. And so matching what the proposal says to the requirements says, no matter how specific you are about what the form the response is supposed to take, it's like looking for needles in a haystack. It is a job for professionals. That's what these scores are for, so that we have an executive summary of what people spent weeks poring over to try to come to a conclusion. So I absolutely respect that process. I can't imagine doing it as my whole job, and I trust the outcome, and I'm voting to approve this particular outcome.
Councilmember Peck.
I call the vote.
There's only one more person in the queue. Do you want to, you can call the question and we
I would
vote.
like to call the question.
Let's do it then. All right, we need a 2/3 vote, which is 5 of us. So let's call the question. Or are you out of the queue now, Bonnie? No. You want to say something? We're going to call the question, but you went out of the queue.
We can just vote if you don't want to say anything, but we're going to call the question. So question's been called. Does it need a second? I forget. I think so let's go ahead and, I don't think it does. All right, let's just vote. We need 5. A yes vote means we're going to vote with no further debate. That passes 5-2 with Councilmember Finley and myself against. The question has been called. Let us vote. There's a motion on the floor that we go ahead and approve the proposal submitted by the Longmont Observer, replacing them as our, it's not the cable trust, public access entity. All right, let's vote. All right, that passes 5-2 with Councilmember Finley and myself against, and Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Peck, Councilmember Martin, Mayor Pro Tem, and Dr. Waters for. Well, I just didn't, if I would have had the proposal, but anyway, it was going to pass. We're all good. All right, well, you know what's great about votes? You take them and you move on. It's great. All right, let's go on to the next one. Okay. Hey, Bonnie, you're still up. Yay, Bonnie, thanks. Well, you are. 8N, adoption of the 2019 Wildlife Management Plan update. Yeah, well, let's go ahead and talk some more, Bonnie.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Just, first of all, the wildlife plan is awesome. It does a lot of wonderful things. I just had a couple quick questions. 5.5K, a property that is being developed or redeveloped, it says cannot increase the built footprint or amount of impermeable surfaces. We did chat about that, and at one point it said should not rather than cannot. But now it's back to cannot, and perhaps we could say cannot without offsetting benefits to be evaluated by council. I'd be happy with that. But to have that cannot without any caveat after we discussed it, I just wondered why that happened. The number's 5.5K. I don't have it up, but I think it's about page 415 or so in our packet.
I believe it's on page 119.
Of the plan, but 415 of our packet, maybe? I'm not sure.
Mayor,
I don't
council
have it in
members,
front of me.
Dan Wolford, Land Program Manager for the City of Longmont. In this particular section, these are recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
So again, at the time that this particular 5.5 would come to council in the form of a code modification, at that point in time, you're certainly staff as well as council more than happy to modify it at that point in time. This is just a point of discussion.
Sure,
and,
but
and
it was
certainly
changed
recommendation.
in one of the iterations, and now it's changed back. I just wondered why.
I think part of it was as I saw in the initial one, it was redevelopment, and then in the latest
Yeah,
one,
and then
it's
it
both.
got development and redevelopment.
Yeah,
got added,
and again,
yeah.
as David Bell and myself spoke earlier this evening, how do you have a reduction of a particular footprint if it's never been developed?
Right.
So it should be.
That didn't make any
probably-
sense either.
If we were to do anything, I would think that we would strike the word developed
Right.
and just leave redeveloped.
Right. And that makes sense too. But I just think rather than cannot, it should be should not without, offsetting benefits as evaluated by city council. I just think that should be in there. Hopefully when it comes back, it will be. I won't vote against it because of that. The other thing, we added Likens Gulch and Spring Gulch 1 and 2. Is that correct? We did. I know we did.
That is correct.
Okay, so did we have any public meetings after we added those in so that the landowners surrounding those areas could come and give their point of view or talk about it, or?
Mayor, council members, the discussion of and the inclusion came about through that public process. So I'm not I don't recall exactly at what point in time it came together in that public process, but we certainly had the opportunity for any kind of public, you know, any
Right, but if the
additional landowner
landowners
permit.
didn't know that their property was going to be included prior, you know, then why would they come? You know what I'm saying?
And again, we are trying to be as transparent as we
Sure.
possibly can.
And I
So
love the
again,
public input.
advisory
I do.
boards
I
and-
just,
yeah.
the public process was great and it was robust, except for, we added those areas, and yet we didn't ask the landowners around there, or they were not aware of it, and so they would not have come to those public meetings. We should be more careful about that in the future. And I do think perhaps, did we ever figure out how much of that land the 150-foot setback would take away from landowners cumulatively throughout the city? Or for any
Mayor and
particular
council members,
parcel?
no, we did not. Again, as we gone through the variety of setbacks.
Right.
On all of the stream corridors,
Mhm.
we've not, that's a pretty significant task.
Yeah, it would be. I get that. I do think that perhaps on some of those landowners could argue takings with that, though. So just be aware that could happen, because I think some of it's pretty substantial, and especially you know, those folks around Likens Gulch and Spring Gulch 1 and 2 who didn't feel like they had any input into the process. I will vote for this, but I do have those two concerns. So good work, and hopefully it will all work out when the ordinances come through. I won't be here, but hopefully they'll all be good.
Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. So Dan, just to be clear, if we're in the recommendation section here,
yes,
if there were changes we wanted to suggest, what you're saying is save it, because it really doesn't matter until it gets pulled up into code. All right. So because I would have then suggested, but I'm not going to, because I don't want to delay it, and we'll do it when it gets pulled into code or gets reflected in code. The concern we heard expressed earlier this evening about habitat, a fee for the loss of habitat in section 5.5H doesn't address the concern that was raised, and as a note that I'd made to myself, doesn't address damage to habitat. The difference between a fee for the loss and in covering the cost of restoration, since there will be a conservation plan, right, for any of these properties, you'd have baseline as a way to determine what would be required to repair damage, to return it, to restore it to baseline, right?
Absolutely.
And those costs might be quite different than a fee for the loss of habitat. And if we don't expect the person or the outfit that damages the habitat to pay for the cost of restoration, then it's going to be the taxpayers or it's going to be the city, right? So for whatever it's worth, I'll highlight that section and make a note to myself that when it comes back for codification, I'm going to want to see that. Personally, I'll push for that, or I recommend that to the council if it's not coded that way when it comes back.
All right. I'm going to vote for this. I guess my only, I just want to make a statement that moving forward, I know I'm in complete agreement with the triple bottom line for variances and all that stuff. However, moving forward, I'm not going to vote for anything if it doesn't improve the corridor. So, I mean, just so you know, that's 1 of 7. But, all right, I'm actually going to move that we adopt the 2019 Wildlife Management Plan update. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to say something?
Yes, I want to make a motion after we approve this. Thank you.
All right, you may do so. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Now that we've approved the Wildlife Management Plan, I move to direct staff to develop language for an ordinance requiring this plan to be applicable to any development application and projects or projects rather, within 500 feet proximity of identified existing riparian corridors that have not yet received approval. Do I have a second?
Doesn't this apply to all of doesn't this apply to, my question is, do we need that?
I'm trying to think.
I don't
of
want to
this.
limit it, so.
Well, I mean, you have so many different codes that come into play, and I mean, you have things codified that would have to be changed. This is not a code. I mean, this is a plan to then give us
Guidance.
and then we have to bring those code provisions to council that regulate all of these individual components of it.
So it basically applies to everything, and it will impact our city code.
Yeah,
It's a guideline, it's a guiding concept.
It's a guiding to the broader code provisions that we have. And so in all of these recommendations, we will have to bring those back and talk about those specific code issues with council and move through that process. So I'll have to look to Eugene to go, can we do that?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. I mean, I think it's like an envision and then a land development code update in mini form. You know, envision was big time. This is wildlife management plan. A plan's a plan. It's not ordinance. There are suggested ordinance, recommended ordinance changes, and we would be implementing those at the direction of council.
And so again, this is a plan for all of the city, right?
Yeah, and Mayor and Council, if I may, the whole intent of the update of the wildlife management plan, as you recall many conversations that we've had here, was that these were to provide recommendations and directions specifically for wildlife to go back to the municipal code to provide these recommendations for Clarion to make some of these modifications. So, I mean, this is a step in that process.
Okay, so it fails for a second. All right.
I would move to direct staff to develop language for an ordinance requiring this wildlife management plan to be applicable to any development application or project within 500 feet proximity of identified existing riparian corridors that have not yet received approval. I believe this would be a good placeholder to keep, because we haven't quite finished with the SES. We haven't updated the code. This would be a placeholder to keep it so that this applies to anything that, or the ordinance would apply to anything going forward.
So can I, hey, hold on 1 second. Yeah, I'm just, yeah, go ahead. So, go ahead, Dr. Waters.
Well, I know there's an intent behind the motion. So what would be helpful to talk a little bit about the intent, because the motion does it assumes the plan as an ordinance, I think, well, a lot of it's going to develop into ordinances. We're going to pull this up. So talk about the intent of what you want to accomplish, and then let's think about how we get that accomplished.
The intent is to keep this, if we approve it tonight, so that it would be applicable immediately or as soon as we can get an ordinance to everything, to all development, to keep development from advancing before we have the sustainability plan operating, things like that.
Go ahead.
You designated, it was 500 feet, read the part of about 500 feet from riparian, was it riparian areas, waterways?
Of identified existing riparian
should turn my mic off. You read.
Within 500 feet proximity of identified existing riparian corridors that have not yet received approval. I believe the intent is to keep it from a whole lot of development to go forward before we've codified things into the various plans. No, sorry.
This isn't the test. I'm not trying to catch you on something here. What are the last part of that, of the riparian areas that are not yet approved? Or what was the language?
The language is identified 500 feet proximity of existing riparian corridors.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So we're going to be coming up talking about the sustainability evaluation system. And the SES is applicable to developments within and adjacent to the riparian areas and waterways identified in the wildlife management plan.
And it's 1,000.
So-
It's
so-
1,000 feet in
and so-
the SES.
Right. So I mean, on the one
That's
hand, the
the-
wildlife management plan covers all the city, but the wildlife plan is identifying special areas. So my question is, are you attempting to make the SC? I guess what I'm like Dr. Waters, I'm trying to figure out what exactly is your intent. Because if we pass the SES, those areas are also adjacent, but it's more than 500 feet. And I want to make sure that we're not minimizing it rather than maximizing it.
By the way, I'm going to move we extend this meeting beyond 11 o'clock.
Of course we are. You don't, no one seconded it. All right. Let's vote. Ooh, passes 4-3 with Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Finley, and Mayor Bagley against, and then the four of you saying yes. We'll go beyond 11. All right. So the motion, there was no second. So unless someone wants to second, let's move on.
I heard a kibitz between you and the Mayor Pro Tem. Where did that end up?
There's no second, but I think I don't want to assume what you're trying to do, but I think the SES is going to accomplish that.
We can come back. Let's get through the SES. We could come back to how expansive. I think the intent is we're going to protect our riparian areas.
And those areas
adjacent. And the adjacent areas. I'll make my comments when we get into the SES about codification.
All right. So that said, there is a motion. I moved adoption of the 2019 Wildlife Management Plan update. It passed. Then you made a motion, failed for second. Let's move on to item O. Polly, you want to talk about the acceptance of the bike lane trial project?
Yeah, there was a very good suggestion. My concern with the bike lane thing is the buffer lane and the amount of space it takes up and whether it's actually effective. Because as somebody who spent a lot of time bicycling, I'm not sure that that is ever going to be all that effective. It's a matter of our culture that doesn't notice or disregards bicyclists. And it's also a matter of some people who are very hostile to bicyclists, and people are more distracted than ever. Somebody had a good suggestion, I thought, in the comments that bicyclists made, which is to put a rumble strip in. I don't know. We'd have to talk to the transportation department. I don't know whether that would be more cost effective. But boy, I notice it when I go over the rumble strip, and I think that it might be a safer option and it would take up less space. So I would just like to suggest that as something we consider in accepting the bike lane trail project, which I think was it's a good job, so I'll be supporting that.
Do you want to make a motion?
I move acceptance of the bike lane trail project.
Second. Let's vote. Councilmember Peck? All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's go on. Let's pull it a little bit out of order. So budget is information. Electric and water rate studies is actually going to require thought. So let's go ahead and move on to 11B unless someone objects so we can use all our brain power. All right, right. We have to listen, but we're not going to be. Sure, let's take a 5-minute break.
All right, let's get going again.
Mayor Bagley and members of council, I'm Dale Rademacher, Deputy City Manager. Tonight we have a presentation on electric and water rates, and we do need direction from council on a couple aspects of that, so we appreciate bumping us up in the queue. We will be succinct in our presentation tonight. I do want to say for the public that we also sent out additional information to the entire council earlier today with regards to a specific question that we were asked by one of the members, and that question was, what would the impact be if we were to be more aggressive on the rate differential, in particular that rate differential on the electric rates going from Tier 2 to Tier 3. And we reported that back to you in that communication. Staff is ready to talk about that with you this evening. I'll say this, I believe that approach has merit in a number of different ways. One is that it does lower the Tier 1 rate for all of our customers, frankly, and lowers it by about $1 a month. So it takes it from about a $4 increase in 2020 to about a $3 increase. And several of you have mentioned concerns, obviously, members of our community that are challenged already with making their payments. And so it does that because we're able to take that additional revenue that we generate in that third tier, which is the highest customer uses, and it's about 10% of our customers that trip over into that higher use, and to apply it back into Tier 1. So it's revenue neutral back to the utility. You know, it still drives the same amount of revenue, but it does lower that Tier 1. So that's a good thing, I think, for all of our customers. And then secondly, I think it also sends a message that we're serious about conservation. We're serious about practices and how we use energy. No different, frankly, than how we are serious about how people use water in the city. They are really parallel in a lot of ways. And so we just want to say that before we get started. I know Brian is prepared to talk about that in more detail with you. But for the sake of expediency, I thought I would just start out with that. We want to hit that with you tonight. Again, we need direction on just a couple of different areas so that we can prepare the ordinances in order to have these rates effective in January of 2020. We need to provide time to get the ordinances prepared for your consideration and action. And then importantly, we need to have time for the utility billing staff to be able to test it before we start sending bills out against it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Becky.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and members of council. We're back again with a very similar agenda to previous, although tonight we're going to actually introduce proposed rates that'll collect the cost of service that we've talked to you about over the last several meetings. This is the schedule of meetings that we've been through where we've gone over the operating expenses, the capital expenses that make up the total utility revenue requirements, and then shown how we've allocated those to customer classes. Tonight, we want to talk about how we then collect that revenue requirement from our customers via rates. One thing to keep in mind is that our total utility bill is very competitive with our Front Range neighbors here. We are, in this group, fourth from the bottom. However, if we look at just the two services that we're talking about tonight of water and electric, in that same group of cities, we are in fact the lowest. And there are a few reasons for that, one of which is very clear when you see who our neighbors are there in that low category as other PRPA members. So that low cost of energy from PRPA is a major driving factor in the low rates that our residents enjoy. With that, here's Brian.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley, members of council. Brian McGill, utility rate analyst with Longmont Power and Communications. And so tonight, I'll be going over the proposed electric rates. And before I actually get into the proposed rates, though, I'd like to talk about the seasonality of electricity. And so I'd like to talk about that because we are proposing a seasonal rate component for the residential and commercial classes. And this graph up on the board shows the maximum monthly demand peaks for the city of Longmont. And as you can see, the summer demand peaks are significantly higher than the non-summer months. And the summer months are defined as June through September, and that's based upon the new rate structure from Platte River Power Authority. And so the reason we're proposing seasonality rates for residential and commercial customers is twofold. The first reason is to align our customer rates with the actual cost of purchasing power and generating electricity during those summer months. And the reason that it costs more to generate during the summer months is because you have to have additional capital and operating expenses associated with generation facilities to actually meet those peak demands. And then the second reason is also, as Dale said, is to promote conservation during the summer months. And we're hoping that that seasonal rate will promote conservation and incentivize customers to reduce their summer usage, thus reducing our summer peaks and try and smooth that curve out. And that would in turn save us some purchase power expenses from PRP under their new rate structure. So now we'll get into the different rates. And so we've set up charts like this for all the residential and commercial classes. And so what these charts are going to show is the first bar is going to be the 2019 average customer bill, and then in the second group of bars is the 2020 proposed rates. And so we've broken that up into 3 different seasons. The first bar represents the average monthly bill from January through May, and then the middle bar represents the summer average bill from July through September, and then the final bar will represent the average monthly bill from October to December, because that will show the seasonality that we're proposing. And then also on these charts, there will be a line above 2020 and 2021, and that shows the average monthly bill for the entire year. And so you can see it's slightly above the non-summer bill and slightly lower than the summer. And then the final element of these charts is going to be the green bubble, and that will show the average annual increase, which corresponds with the information that we provided on August 27th during the cost of service analysis discussion. So the first chart we'll go over is the residential energy rate, and this corresponds with what was presented in the council communication. And so you can see there's the 6.4% increase in 2020, and then a 5.3% increase in 2021. But then, as Dale mentioned, based upon an inquiry from Councilmember Martin, we did prepare a second alternative for the RE class. And as Dale mentioned, what we did is we increased the differential between Tier 2 and Tier 3 to generate more revenue from that Tier 3, which in turn allowed us to reduce the Tier 1 rates for both summer and non-summer. And the results of doing that is a reduction from 6.4% to 4.3% average annual increase. And as Dale mentioned, that is a 25% reduction from $4 to $3 in the average monthly increase for that rate class. And so this chart shows the alternative residential energy, and that does show the 4.8% increase in 2020 and then a 5.3% increase in 2021. So then the next rate class is our residential demand class. And so that is for our all-electric homes. Currently, we only have 54 customers using this rate, but we do expect that this rate could be more utilized in the future as people electrify their homes. And so The other thing I wanted to mention about this rate class is on the monthly customer charge, we have now aligned that to be equal to the residential energy class as well. And so they will also experience a 6.4% increase in 2020, and then again in 2021, they'll experience that 6.4% increase as well. So then the next rate class we'll talk about is the residential self-generation rate class, and I apologize. My average monthly bill total did not come through to this slide for the first column, and it should be $48.21 if you do the math there. And so what we did with this class is we looked at the new rate based upon our current structure, which includes 100% of the billing, metering, and distribution system costs in the monthly customer charge. And then that allows us to have them at a lower energy rate, and it also allows us to purchase back from them we give them a generation credit for the energy they push back onto the grid. And under the current rate structure, we give that credit at the retail rate. And then we have also prepared an alternative rate structure. We wanted to just look at that. And so that alternative rate structure basically sets them up identically to the RE class with the lower monthly customer charge but the higher energy rate. And then also the difference there is the generation credit. We actually would pay them at a wholesale rate because we do have that identified now through the Platte River rate structure changes that they've made. And so under that alternative rate, they actually would end up paying more on a monthly bill. So we've left the current rate structure in our proposals at this time. And so that's what you can see on this chart here. And for this rate class, the average increase for 2020 would be 6.6%. And then in 2021, it would go down to 4.7%. So then we'll get into the commercial customer classes, and the first one is our commercial energy class. And this represents our small commercial class, and this is approximately 2,400 customers, which equates to 86% of our commercial customers. So this is the majority of the commercial customers. And these are, like I said, our small commercial customers who have a demand of less than 50 kW per month. And so this class, you can see the average increase for 2020 is 3.5%, and then in 2021 it's 3.4%. So then the next rate class is the commercial demand class, and this is our mid to large size commercial customers. There's approximately 340 customers in this class, and the average increase here is 7.8% for both 20 and 2021. And then the final commercial class is our commercial coincident demand class, and this is our large industrial customers. They are our largest users, but there's only 11 of them currently, and they will experience a 2.6% increase in 2020 and 2.7% in 2021. Then the final rates we have are the general fund rate classes. There's two, the general fund energy and the general fund demand, and then there's the unmetered energy rates. And so the general fund energy per code is based strictly on wholesale costs. So both those rate classes are going up approximately 2% a year for the next 2 years just to match the increases from BRPA. And then our unmetered energy class is basically security lighting for our residential and commercial customers, and it's strictly based upon wattage of the security light they have. And so it's just a flat monthly fee that they get charged since we're not metering it. And the proposal there is a 6.7% increase in both 20 and 2021. So now I'll pass it back to Becky.
Hello. So one of the main differences between the approach for electric and water is that electric used a test year or defined that cost of service calculation for that 2-year period of 2020 and 2021. Whereas for the water study, we defined the cost of service for a test year of 2024. So we were building toward collecting that full cost of service over a 5-year period. So what we're presenting here tonight is a 5-year schedule of rates. The first component is the monthly service charge. Every customer pays a monthly service charge, which is based on the size of their meter, and this doesn't differ between the rate classes. It's really just about that meter size, because the primary component is the cost of the meter itself, and replacing that on a particular schedule and making sure that that is read and that bills go out and that the distribution system is maintained in a state of readiness to serve each of those installed meters. So this is showing that we're going from the 2019 monthly service charges, and the most pertinent one here is going to be that very first, the 5/8 by 3/4 inch, which is 85% of the meters in our system overall and 99% of our residential meters. So that is moving from $6.62 today up to $9.13. The other component of our rates is the volume charge. So this is the amount that's charged on how much water is used by each customer. So these are our uniform rates, which is all of our customer classes except for single-family residential, and shows us moving from where we are today toward collecting that full cost of service in 2024. One small note is, it's not an even percentage increase each year over the 5-year period. It is kind of loaded up a little bit in the front. So we're looking at approximately 9% increases across most of these customer classes in the first 2 years. And the reason for that is that we need to make sure we have appropriate debt service coverage when we issue bonds for the treatment plant expansion. And then finally, this is the proposed 5-year rate schedule for our single-family residential class. Similarly, you have those 9% increases in the first 2 years, and then tapering off until we get the cumulative percent increase needed to collect the full cost of service by the end of that test period. So, what's the impact to our total bill for services? Taking into account the average residential customer use for electric and water, you can see that 6.4% increase for electric and the 9% increase on water. In addition, we have an already codified increase for wastewater of 2%. So on the overall bill, we're looking at an increase of $8.50 or 4.6%. Assuming that no other communities in this utility graph here change any of their rates between now and next year, this is where we would be, which is still very close to that middle cohort. However, we know that other cities are also going through this process right now of adopting their budgets and adjusting their rates. So this will look a little bit different. So obviously we're concerned about the ability of all residents to pay increased utility bills. We do have assistance programs available. The flagship one of which is the assistance available through Longmont Cares for both water and electric service. The way that the program is currently codified for water already has that amount increasing along with that monthly service charge. And our proposal is that we would increase the $4 per month rebated for electric, the same amount that we're increasing the monthly customer charge for electric. So $2 in 2020 and $2 in 2021 to help mitigate that impact. And now what we need is some direction on the preparation of ordinances for water rates, electric rates, and then separately for that rebate proposal.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I actually forgot I was in the queue. So can I save my response for a little later?
Nope, that's one of two comments. No, just
No,
kidding.
it's
Of course,
not.
of course, of course. All right, nobody's in the queue, so I'm going to ask a couple questions. Number one, so here it's not a softball, it's a hardball, but why are we this is for the paper, why are we increasing rates? Between now and 2024, rates for water are going to be going up 40%, and electricity will be going up a lot. So the question is, why are we increasing rates?
Mayor Bagley and members of council, basic reasons on the water side is an extensive capital program, upwards of $200 million it's facing this city going forward, and that we know over the next 5 or 10 years, some of the largest ones are an upgrade to our Nelson Flanders treatment plant, which is an essential component to the delivery of treated water to the city. Those are projects in the $50–60 million range. They're in front of us. We've been planning for it. We need to continue to provide the revenues to fund those projects, again, for continued delivery of service. It's heavily driven by the capital side. Similarly, on the electric side, it's driven, as we've mentioned in the prior presentations, it's driven by projects that are also very much needed in the electric side, both from a customer perspective as well as from a utility perspective. One of them is the update of the customer information system, which is our billing system, which is sort of the core of how we collect money and make sure that we have accurate bills going out to all the customers. Another one is to reflect and pass through the cost increase, the wholesale cost increase coming from Platte River Power Authority. And then third was the automated meter infrastructure program that we know is essential if Longmont is going to achieve its goals of 100% reliable and renewable energy between now and 2030. Those are all great goals for the community. They're great goals for the planet. But to get there, you need to have a metering system that allows that information to both come into the utility as well as be able to share that information two-way back to the customer. And so we think these are integral components, again, to an effective electric utility. And so those are the reasons on both of those utilities that are driving those costs.
Right. Second follow-up question is, what happens if we don't increase rates?
Good question. If you don't increase the rates, we would need to likely come up with a different plan to meet, say, on the water side. I can't stand here and change the situation that we are facing with regards to treatment. We have a Wade Gaddis treatment plant that is essentially outmoded and no longer able to meet the water quality standards that are set by both the EPA and the state. So those are hard questions. So if you don't increase the rates, then my guess is your staff's going to go away and try to figure out some other solutions, none of which I can really get my hands on standing here immediately. Similarly, on the power side, you're going to be faced with a similar situation of a utility that's unable to really move forward in a way that's consistent with the goals that I think both the council and the community have set going forward.
Okay, thank you. Again, I didn't ask those questions because I was given good quotes for tomorrow, or actually 2 days from now, because we've missed the publication deadline.
Yeah, and if I could just add to what Dale said, I'm Dave Hornbacher, the Executive Director of Electric Services. And one of the projects he talked about, which is the advanced metering infrastructure, and that's really our look forward, not just of progressing towards 100% renewable energy, but it also gives you a lot more definitive information that can be used for more specific rate structures in the future to help manage that curve that you saw at the beginning of Brian's presentation, that peak of how we manage that down, which helps control costs and really helps reduce our overall energy consumption. So that's an important component into our near future.
The other component that comes into this is when you look at the broader capital cost in terms of, David's going to go through a asset management piece. And if you remember when we talked about this with council, we said we can use these components now for this, but we're also going to need those funds in order to handle the replacement cost associated with the electric utility. So that is a component that's wrapped up into these other pieces that we're carrying forward in that rate structure.
All right, let's just take them in order. Dr. Waters.
Thanks. Mine's real simple. We heard earlier a question about the effects on LHA, both the agency and then individual property renters, right, of LHA properties. What will be the impact on LHA properties and tenants? Are we're gonna charge those who are in subsidized housing that 40% increase and whatever the percentage increase full fare, save the whatever the rebates are?
So, Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Waters, the current structure of the rebate program is that it is for individuals who qualify under the income levels. We could take a look at, how that works for institutions that serve potentially people in that income class. However, the funding mechanism, at least that we've used on the water side, has been within the single-family residential rate class, and we would need to make adjustments to the overall cost of service in any other rate classes that may be affected if we wanted to further fund a program similar.
Has anybody talked with Jillian and the LHA staff about what this does to LHA's budgets and financial models going forward?
I'll answer the question. No, we have not had those discussions yet. I think once we get through the rate setting policy, I think that's certainly a discussion to have. And as Becky was saying, if council wants to direct that we look at other programs or options to offset some of these cost increases for different entities, I'll call it, those are certainly things we can look at. We got to make sure that whatever we're doing is also within the sort of the legal framework of what we can do when we're in a rate setting mode. And so I would only have that caveat to it. I think we need to make sure that whatever direction we head to is defensible. When the next customer comes to us and said, me too, I'm also providing a much needed service to this community, so on. So that's the only caveat I would have. When we start those discussions, I think I'd like to start them here and then take those out into the community. I think that's something we could certainly look at.
Yeah, without drilling down on kind of where LHA is, we need to be really mindful here that we don't be the straw that breaks the back of the agency that is providing the most affordable housing units to our senior population, which are going to be the most affected by these rate increases and whatever LHA is going to have to do. Because it's not going to serve us well to have a whole bunch of seniors who are already housing insecure,
right,
unable to cover the cost of their housing,
and
who live right on the edge right now.
I'd agree with you if I could add to that as well. And I think that's also a priority that the community can look at with a variety of funds to try to offset some of those impacts. And again, all I'm suggesting is let's look at it in totality and make sure that whatever we're doing passes those tests.
Do you need direction from the council to follow up with LHA on this?
No, I'm getting that sense. And that's certainly something we would want to do in any event.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. This is a question on the electric, slide 7, seasonal demand. It looks like the summer, you said the summer usage is higher based upon, and this is what I don't understand. I want to explain to me, PRPA. What does that mean, and why is it higher in the summer when I don't understand why the electric usage goes higher in the summer months? I would think the water would, but I'm
Air conditioning.
just air conditioning.
Yes, Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Peck and members of City Council. I think this graph really shows the picture of what the usage is occurring during the summer. So as we move into the summer, over the years we've seen, an increase in the use of air conditioners, in new homes and also retrofits. And so I think what you're seeing is those types of exclusively electric pieces of equipment are coming online in the summer, and you're seeing how they're actually coming off. And what that means more broadly is that to meet that high peak, you need to have more generation facilities available to come online and serve that peak, and then they're essentially shut off when you're in the outside of the years, and that's what makes that summer peak harder to manage and a little bit more expensive.
So, and I've looked at these graphs many years, and I'd never seen the summer that high. I didn't realize we were having so many air conditioners. My other question was the demand, the seasonal demand for water, is that also higher in the summer?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Peck, yes, we do see an irrigation peak in those same summer months. And similarly, our irrigation water is our most expensive water. It's the highest per gallon cost because similarly, different facilities are required and, additional treatment capacity and all those same factors.
So the reason combining those two in the summer, that is when the utility bills total are higher for the seniors as well and the lower income. So, it just bothers me that during those months, both utility bills are at their peak. I just want to make that obvious, and if we could address that. And go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Mayor and Councilmember Peck. We do have a budget billing program that's available that helps people level out their bills throughout the year. So that is a service that we currently provide.
Okay. And the other thing, I understand the LHA issue about the lowest people who are living on the edge of the seniors, but we have other residences, for example, Tanglewood, Vista, where seniors are living. Are those billed as commercial residences, or are they billed as, how are they billed?
So Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Peck, the way that they're billed on a water basis depends on whether or not they have a centralized kitchen facility. So they're providing meals to their residents. If they have that, then we would consider them to be a commercial facility. If residents are providing their own meals in their units, then it would be considered residential. I don't know if that's different on electric.
The answer would be very similar on the electric side. If the units are individually metered, then you would see them falling into that residential class. If the complex as a whole is metered, then it falls into the commercial classes that we're talking about. And then I'm not sure how the owner of those facilities actually allocate those costs amongst the residents. But I can't tell you specifically to that location how it's metered.
Okay, so when we're looking at the LHA piece, as far as reducing their rates or figuring out some kind of algorithm for them, I want you to pay attention as well to the other residential senior housing, assisted living, 50 plus as well, because it isn't just the LHA properties.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Finley.
I like the total bill for utility services chart that you did, but you only went out 1 year. Can you tell me what that would be in year 2024?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Finley, unfortunately not. We're not sure what the other rates will be. We're proposing a schedule for water rates that goes out that far, but none of the others.
And in part, the electric rates are not projected out in that far because we've talked about the advent of the advanced metering infrastructure, and that will inform us more specifically about our customer uses. You know, so we go from, one measurement a month on a customer to, over 2,800 measurements a month. And I think what that will lead to is conversations here at this council table about different rate structures that really tie our customers' use more directly to the cost of energy. And that will also provide the opportunity not only for them to manage their bills more effectively, but also to further promote the conservation and efficiency measures that help drive us towards that 100% renewable energy goal.
So have we ever had a year where we haven't had to increase water or electric rates? Ever?
Yes.
When was that? Because it hasn't been since I've been here.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
So Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Finley, yes, we had many years. For those of us
When
who've
were
been here,
they?
we've been here for decades. We
Yeah,
actually
Chicago
went,
Colony, maybe?
it was in
Yeah.
the late 90s into the early 2000s, and that's when we were reducing our staff by about 30%, cutting our costs,
Yeah.
cutting our costs by about $2 million or so a year through our strategic planning effort.
Maybe we should do that again.
Well, and I would agree with you that we should continually look at that. We should continually look at how we can be more efficient. But we really undertook that in a dramatic way. And then what we did is, if we're faulted, or if I'm faulted, is that we may have went too long without adjusting. Because, we're all human. People get used to something that stays steady and stays the same. And I get that. We may have rode that horse too long. And honestly, the costs that we're looking at to maintain this water system are phenomenal in many ways. It's not a cheap endeavor. It's not a cheap
residents would
endeavor.
agree with you.
Yeah, well, it is, and it's not a cheap endeavor.
Well, and they don't get,
commitment-
especially our folks that are on
Fixed
fixed
incomes,
incomes, don't
right.
get that same increase
Adjustment.
that we are going to give
and our,
them.
And our commitment is to be as frugal as we can. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm very cheap on just about anything and everything in life.
Thrifty, you're thrifty.
I'm cheap and thrifty. And that is what we should be doing. But we should be doing it smart. So we shouldn't be saving a penny to spend a dollar. If we delay making these improvements, it's going to cost us far more in the future. And so I think staying on a reasonable path that we have planned out. We have planned out these improvements for over 20 years. So we are taking a very long term.
We increase the rates every single year.
We have been lately. I agree with you. And I don't like it any more than anyone else. I'd love to be able to stand up here and say, we've got a magic bullet that we can make this all happen without doing it. Unfortunately, running the utility is the expense and cost of the users of the utility. We are trying to allocate those costs as equitably as we can to those customer classes, and we're trying to do it over a longer period so that we don't have an individual year of rate shock where it's a huge jump. So doing this over 5 years, as we're recommending, is really the best way to try to get us to this, as Becky said, the full cost of service by 2024. I don't have a better solution than that right now.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I'd just like to put this in a little bit of context. In 2 weeks, we are going to be considering a resolution requested by our residents to declare a climate emergency and ask for mobilization to mitigate climate change by this city, as all cities will need to do if we're going to change the rate of change. To talk about the electric rates, actually, I'll talk about water rates first, because what this water rate plan, this capital investment plan over 5 years does, is give us a local plan B about water. It gives us another source of potable water, so that if we have climate variation that causes our water supply to diminish, we will have another source, another plan B. So that's a smart thing to do. We're making the investment now while we're not stressed, where we're not forced into some secondary mitigation like buying CBT water at exorbitant rates. So we're being prepared like little Boy Scouts. And it's kind of the same thing with the electric rates. It's a little more subtle. I see that the summer peak demand is conveniently here on the slides, and the fact that we have not to date managed that summer peak demand is the reason why our wholesale electric rates went up 2% from this year to next year. And so they're saying, you guys, do something about this. And this new electric rate does 3 things about doing something about this. It buys us a better billing system so that we can manage all the new data we're going to have, and we're going to give our customers, I certainly devoutly hope, better information about their own usage so that they can make good decisions about their usage. The immediate short-term rates we're adopting is going to encourage people to maybe turn their thermostats up a bit in the summertime, because if you've got a big house and an air conditioner, then your rates are going to go up. You know, the big house, big air conditioner people are going to get hit by the rate increase, and we've been careful and worked hard to make sure that our lower income people who don't have as many options about what lifestyles they choose aren't hit as hard by these rates. So we're going to be shaving our peak demand in the summertime, and that's exactly what PRPA wants us to do. And when PRPA gets happier with us, they won't raise our wholesale rates anymore. And then the last thing we're going to do again is install this advanced metering structure. And if it weren't an emergency, we could have installed the advanced metering infrastructure more slowly, spread it out over more years, and had a less sudden rate increase. But it's an emergency, so we're choosing to do it over 2 years and try to allocate the rate burden as equitably as possible. And I think that with this last round of changes, it's come out pretty good. I would have liked to see, we can't really do much about the 2% increase from PRPA. We got to pay them that. We had 2.4% inflation. So I would have liked it to be a little lower than that. I would like it to be under 4.5%, and instead it's more like a little more than that %. But it's gotten really close, and so I'm considering that we've got some programs to help the people who are really right on the very edge. I think we've come pretty close. So again, that's going to help us get in better with PRPA, take advantage of the behavior of the renewable grid in the future, and eventually we should actually see our rates flatten or even go down, because renewable energy doesn't have any fuel costs. So once we've made these capital investments, we should be able to benefit from that hugely. And so I'm was prepared not to be, but I'm really happy with the way this is turning out. And I just want to say that, but I mostly want people to understand that your utilities are doing the right thing with tremendous forethought, and we're doing the best to make it easy on you. So I think that we've come down to a proposal that should be supported by this council.
Dr. Waters?
Yeah, just kind of building on those percentages you were talking about, and I should have asked this earlier. On page 9 of the 20, or slide 9 of the 27, it shows that decrease from 6.4 to 4.8%, which shows up in the next slide, right? When we look at the tiers, what I'm wondering about is if we've applied the same methodology to the out years, or at least to 2021, because that increase remains the same as it shows on slide 8 of 27 before you make the adjustment. Did you just not carry that through, or why would there not be a corresponding decrease in that percentage increase from 2020 to 2021?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Waters. So the reason it still carried through, but so we changed the differential between Tier 2 and Tier 3 in 2020, and then left that the same in 2021.
Why would you do that? Why would you left it the same as you originally calculated for?
No, we left it at the increased differential.
So the differential carries through.
Correct.
So you don't see an additional gain in 21 that you do in 20. Does that make sense?
Well, I see the same percentage before you did the adjustment.
Correct. And what Brian
I see
is
from
saying,
1 year to next, then a decrease of 2.5%. The out year, I don't see any change at all.
you're seeing that additional gain in the first year that we're making the adjustment change. Unless we were to further increase the delta going into 21, that is going to carry through. So the 5.3 is still going to carry through.
All right.
We can talk to you more about the math on that, but I think Brian's right on it.
The other thing I'd point out here is if you look at the total bill, we're assuming that the average bill in 2021 is only $72, whereas in the previous rate it was $73. So there's a $1 savings overall.
All right, there's nobody left of the queue. I'm actually going to move that we direct staff to prepare ordinances for the proposed electric rates. Yes, Dale?
One clarification. I'm taking that direction to mean with the alternative structure that we brought forward,
Yes.
that increases the delta.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Yes. All right, let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. I actually move, and now I move that we direct staff to prepare ordinances for proposed water rates. Thank you. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. I also move that we direct staff to prepare ordinances for proposed updates to rebate programs. All right, let's vote. No, Don, we're voting now. I'm pushing my button. I'm pushing it. I'm pushing my button. Of course, we will wait. We have to. All right. And Dale, thank you for a concise, midnight, digestible presentation. You did good. Thanks.
It's been a good day, so thank you all.
Okay, let's move on to sustainability evaluation system follow-up items. The real question is, hold on. Oop. All right, so my real question is so you need us to confirm that your proceeding is requested and provide additional direction as needed. Do you have a presentation this evening? Or is the executive summary pretty much sum it up?
I think the executive summary sums it up unless you have questions.
Okay, so is there any feedback? Actually, I'm going to make a motion that we direct staff to proceed as requested and provide no additional information. Proceed with what we see in our executive summary. It's been moved and seconded. Mayor Pro Tem?
We have, are you just saying we should just accept it?
Meaning that what I'm saying is, so we've directed staff to create and implement an SCS system.
Yes.
And they continue to work with consultants on refining the system. And this SCS will be applicable to developments within and adjacent to the riparian areas and waterways identified in the aforementioned discussed wildlife management plan. And this is the update. It was in our packet, and we need to confirm that they're on the right track. If they're not on the right track, we need to tell them, hey, you're not on the right track. I think they're on the right track, which is why I made the motion, but I could be wrong.
I think they're on the right track too. I just think that we have 6 items under council feedback, that we should give them the 6 items. And in addition, I'm going to try this again. Now that we've approved the wildlife plan, there are, oh God, where is that? There are 11 different recommendations in the wildlife plan that we should bring back as additional new ordinances to make changes to the municipal code. Well, if you look at page 268 in the packet, which is the end of the wildlife plan, the wildlife management plan, there were 11 different suggestions that need to be incorporated into the municipal code.
But not tonight, right?
Well, no, wait a minute.
My understanding is they needed, so again, my motion was to, I think I passed a motion, it's midnight, right? I think I made a motion, but really it's the first 3. So council feedback, confirming that adding so confirming, right? That was the motion. And then additional guidance on, I think what goes back to what you were trying to do before, which was proximity to the riparian area, meaning number 5, provide additional guidance regarding the distance away from the riparian area that will be defined as the riparian adjacent zone, right?
Yes, but also just incorporate the wildlife management, the suggestions that are in that, make them into ordinances to add to the code.
Don?
Mayor Bagley, so just to maybe help the council a little bit. So we have a number of things that are going on right now concurrently. We are trying to get your SCS system solid so that we can bring that back. We have a few questions that we just want to make sure that you agree with, or that you give us a distance away to define what is riparian adjacent. We are also then looking at making changes to the section of the code that talk about the riparian areas within the city and the rules that we'll be following for those, how variances and projects that are within the area and adjacent to it will be reviewed, which our expectation is that that's going to be reviewed by the council and come back to you for review and approval of development projects. So there's a lot of things that we are going to be looking at, and now that you have adopted the wildlife management plan, we're going to be giving that to Clarion and telling them that, okay, this has been adopted by the council. So here's this information. They've been reviewing the drafts as we've had them so that they're not just looking at this brand new, but they will then be able to use any of that information to help craft the information that we're going to bring back to you. If there's things that the council believes that we should change in the land development code that are not a part of the SCS system or a part of the riparian standards that we're going to be updating and correcting, then we will need you to give us direction so that we can bring back whatever the code change is. But if you direct us tonight that there's other things that you want us to start to look at and include, then obviously we'll do our best to get those done. But we are trying to work on 2 other large items right now and get those
Yeah.
completed for you and bring those back up.
I understand that.
Mayor Bagley, I'd also like to add that to Councilmember Finley's point earlier during the Wildlife Management Plan, as we look at adding the additional waterways that are recommended in the Wildlife Management Plan, there hasn't been a lot of stakeholder and property owner outreach, so I think it would be important for us to bring back to council what that means to each of those additional waterways that would be incorporated, and also figure out what that engagement and outreach is. So I think SES is on one path, and then we have other pieces of what's been incorporated tonight that we'll need to do some additional work on. So we're not going to be able to bring you back an ordinance in 2 weeks with everything that you did tonight. So what would be most useful for us is to maybe stick to the SES topic and see what your timing and follow through is on that, and then we will continue to work through the wildlife management pieces with the requisite input that was not completed as part of the wildlife management plan, but that would be important as we change the code and modify land use on those property owners.
All right. It's almost midnight, and all I can think of is, anyway, we'll see what people suggest. Dr. Waters. Go ahead again. Pick it again. Nope, let's try again. Go ahead. All right.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. So, Joni, these won't be surprise questions to you. They may be to Don. So, but for the record, I think it's important to be clear on these. And one of them has to do with process and timing. So I have 4 questions. The first is, describe how you envision this instrument being used, when it's going to be used, and who's going to be using it. Well, that's three off the top. That's the first cluster of questions. I'm going to end up with more than 3, more than 4.
One at a time?
Yeah.
Okay. So the use of the instrument, as we understand council's direction, is we will be looking at using the SES on applications that are either requesting a variance to the riparian corridor setbacks or on riparian adjacent properties, which I think some definition on adjacent will be also a topic that we need to flesh out a little bit more. I think when it will be used is determined by riparian variance or riparian adjacent. The third category of when it might be used is we discussed in the executive session with our outside counsel. We talked about how we have to have a balanced rough proportionality and nexus. So when we're looking at things in the riparian corridor, certainly the environmental leg of this 3-legged stool can be the predominant leg. But we also talked a little bit about how we might apply this as we look at incentives. And so when we look at incentives, that would be the third kind of area, I guess, or tier, as we discussed in your council comm. And then, what was the last one? Who will be doing it?
Yes.
So I think that as we've talked about it with Lisa and David's group and planning, we've talked about some different ideas of, would a developer score themselves? And then, we have a staff person that's part of the budget this year. That staff, along with Lisa's staff, David's staff, looking at that and trying to make sure we have a good template for that review so it's consistent and that people know what to expect from that review process. And I think that's one of the things we're going to have to flesh out. But I think that's who will be reviewing it, but we might take the developer input and then really calibrate that to see if that indeed matches what council's expectation is from this process.
For whatever it's worth, and this may not be worth much, but from the outset of this conversation, in the mental model I've had is that we would have an instrument that developers would use to score themselves. But that wouldn't be the end of the scoring. That would be the beginning of the scoring. They would be bringing the result of their scoring into a process. That's the reason who is the decision-making body. If it's us, then with staff assistance, we would score and see how close those come. Frankly, I won't be supportive of saying to the developers, yeah, this is all on you, right? And we're just going to take at face value what you bring. Not that we wouldn't value. In fact, to accelerate the whole decision-making process, if they learn how to do this well, they won't bring proposals that don't enhance the environment or don't contribute to social benefits or general economic prosperity. So that's my first concern. Second, the question number 3, to confirm the concept of the SES be used, I would add, just for whatever it's worth, for me, the word initially in specific areas or tiers, riparian areas, et cetera. For me, at some point in time, we ought to have a way to evaluate every proposal that's developed in the city based on the three-legged stool or the triple bottom line. Starting with what's delineated in point number 3 is okay, because we got to start someplace, and starting small and getting smart. If you make mistakes, make small ones, but make them quickly, learn fast, and then think about how do you scale. So adding the word initially, for me, whether we do it formally or not, I'm going to walk away from here saying this is a place to start initially, and then with the thought that at some point we're going to be able to scale this. Number 2. So number 3, the reference to adding to the administrative handbook of the land code. This is the conversation we had on the phone today. If you go back and watch the tape of the January 22nd meeting, for me personally, I was explicit that I wanted to be on a council that codified what we've been talking about here for a year and what we talked about in January. And this kind of relates to then question number 6, right? These two, in terms of additional public engagement. I shared with Joni earlier today, I think the city does an awesome job with public engagement. It's one of the great aspects of how we move forward with the whole process of policy development. But if public engagement process is going to mean this isn't done before a new council is seated, then we won't have met an expectation that I think we set a long time ago. So if it means expediting the public engagement process or modifying it in some way, but I think we've been clear that before this council, I'm not willing. I'll make an issue of leaving this undone for another council on a whim on a Tuesday night to undo all the good work you've done so far and all the interest that, the attention we've paid as a council. So whatever that looks like, to get this back to us so this council gets this chance to codify this in a way, and I understand we're not going to pull everything that's in this into land code right now. There's a way to treat it so it has the same status, and it would have to go through 2 readings to be changed. That's the point, right? Not a technical aspect of this, but the use of it.
Correct.
And its application.
Correct.
So you may want to talk about that, you may not, but those are my concerns in moving forward with this.
Sure. So Mayor Bagley and council members, so what Councilmember Waters and I talked about today with our conversation around codification. So I think I used the term not ideal in our conversation of timing, because we would need to get what you have in your packet is a red line code document that would incorporate the review criteria that says you will use the SES to review these applications. We have not fully vetted with the development community or the public the technical aspects of the spreadsheet that you have in your packet, the SES spreadsheet. So certainly there would be some options to bring back an ordinance that says we're going to use it and do the criteria, so that the criteria then references the tool, and then we could maybe vet that tool with the development community and look and see if there are continued options to change it as we get towards the end of this year. So, as I say, not ideal from perhaps what we would normally see as our public engagement policy of vetting the technical aspects of the spreadsheet, but that was our general conversation of would it be possible to bring that ordinance forward. And certainly we could do that. It would not be perfect, but it would still get the point where I think council is headed of having the SES in place to start being used. And then we could evaluate through the administrative policy guide. If we need to make changes, we can bring those back to council should we discover that we have things that need to be modified once we start using it.
As another point of conversation. I know that Jessica's been, and the group has been asking for that engagement. And when I talk to Sandy in terms of we go through our process and you narrow who really is the group you need to engage, that's a big part of it. And Jessica and I have had a conversation where she would facilitate that kind of meeting next week. And really what we were waiting on is your thoughts on this so that we could take this to them and have that conversation with them.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, well, I think this looks good. And the first three directions, I think, yes, it should be added to the land development code and to the development administrative handbook, and used in these three, number 3, it should be used in those 3. Number 4, I don't think the SES should be dependent in public-private partnerships on location in the city. I think it should be any public-private partnership, regardless of whether it's near a riparian area. And I would specify on number 5 that I would prefer directly adjacent to riparian areas to include things up to 500 feet. On the public engagement, you know, I don't see that there's a difference between the members of the development community are members of the city, and if they do, why would we think that they don't know about this any more than the public doesn't know about this? It's their responsibility to find out about it, just as it's the public's responsibility. We do our best to publicize things that are public, that are events, and the development community should come just as the public should come. I don't think they need special invitations to come and special meetings to come. I think it's better if they interact with the public so that everybody hears the same language, rather than specific developer-oriented meetings that the public isn't invited to.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I would respectfully disagree with you. I think since this is specifically directed at our developers, that they should have a chance to weigh in on it. And I like the suggestion that Jessica would facilitate that meeting. I think that's an awesome idea and needed, quite frankly.
All right, nobody's in the queue. It's after midnight. I'm exhausted. I have no ideas. So what do you need from us, Harold?
So it seems like we've heard from 3 or 4 of you on, at least 2 of you on all 6 of the items. So I think unless there is stringent objection to us continuing to move this forward and then contemplating how we could get back with an ordinance, which would require us to be back for first reading on the 8th. So I look at Eugene and know that that's probably a difficult task, but I think that would be our next step to figure out how we could
Bring it
do
back,
that
and
forward.
when we're not sleepy, we'll talk about it some more. Councilmember Peck.
Thank you. I think this is really, really important, and I would like the agenda to not be so packed with really important things that take 2 hours each to discuss, or at least have it the first item on the agenda. And I do want to make one other provision. I agree that this is incredibly important to the development community. Their radars should have been up as to what's happening with this for a year or more. So I would rather have the city be part, if we're going to involve the developers in a special meeting just for them, I would rather the city do that, engage in that, and be the ones that actually, I'm tired too, actually host that, rather than LEDP.
They're going to help facilitate getting everyone there. And
Okay.
then we will be managing we will be working the conversation.
But I'm very concerned that we're working on this. The legal department has been working on this, the planning department, and then we have a meeting with developers, and they have all kinds of things they want to change on it. That really bothers me, when they should have been involved with this for a very long time. They know it's going on. It's not a surprise. So, I just want us to be very vigilant about that we don't extend this another year because of that.
Mayor Bagley and council members, I'd also just note that by the addition of many of the waterways in the wildlife management plan, this won't just be the development community, this will be regular citizens with existing homes and houses. So I think there has to be a two-pronged approach, because there's a lot of citizens who all of a sudden who live around Lake McIntosh, Dry Creek 1 and 2, who are in developed areas. So I think making sure that we're reaching out to our citizens is also equally important.
All right. So we'll see it on first ordinance, and we'll read it in the packet and probably redo this whole thing again. All right, let's move on to the final issue. Can we have a 5-minute budget presentation and a public hearing, please? Or do you want to do it next week? You said 5 minutes. I mean, if it's going to be 10 minutes, I'd rather do it 5 minutes tonight.
You have to have a public hearing too.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Teresa Malloy, Budget Manager. I can certainly go over the financial policies that we highlighted in the council communication for you if you'd like me to do that this evening, or you can just have your public hearing.
All right. So at this time, we're going to open the public hearing for any matter pertaining to this year's budget. Come on up. All right. This is awesome. I feel good about actually doing this tonight then. You would have been so ticked. If you could state your name and address, and
Wait, I
maybe
gotta get this to Sandy Cedar size here.
That's all right.
Am I on?
Yep,
No.
you're on.
It's on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What are you going to say?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor Bagley, council. My name is Amy Saunders. I am awesome citizen number 624. I live at 1366 McClure Drive. I'm here to talk about the 2020 proposed budgets that the city staff has been working on since June and that city council has been deliberating on since September. Please note that my comments reflect the 640 pages of the 2020 proposed operations budget, the 207 pages of the 2020-2024 proposed capital improvement program, and the 51 pages of the 2020 proposed classification and payment plan. Okay, so I was going to do this at the end, and so I only had 3 minutes, but now I seized my opportunity, so this joke is not nearly as funny. But so that's 1,000 pages, and I only have 3 minutes. Well, it's 1.5 minutes now. So here it goes. The 2020 proposed budget look good. Keep up the good work. Exclamation point. On a side note, I was also impressed with the city's July financials, where the use tax was up 42.8%. I hope that we can keep up that great work too. But I hear that lumber and manufacturing can be fickle, so I won't hold my breath. But I will keep paying attention to all the hard work that the city staff does to keep this place in good fiscal health. To that end, I look forward to reading the next meticulously vetted annual city budget analysis from the Daily Times Call.
Well, thank you. That's a great way to finish a meeting. All right. Is there anyone else that would like to come up and speak at tonight's public hearing on our budget? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. Harold, do you have anything to say?
If there are any questions or comments regarding the financial policies, will you please get that to us so we can have the conversation?
Yep. Dr. Waters?
My comment is not about the policies. I just want to go on the record. This won't be a surprise to Dale. I had expressed my aspiration back in May that we would budget in 2020 to install a traffic signal at County Line Road 1 and 17th the day after it meets one of the 9 warrants required to trigger that I guess trigger, right? To establish eligibility for the installation of a traffic signal. And Dale and I have had this conversation, and that Dale tells me that Tyler Stamey is convinced that no matter how many people move into the apartments at Union Point, it's not going to meet a warrant. So if that's the case, that's the case. But if it does, and I think it's hard to imagine that it won't at some point in this year, that we won't have budgeted, and we get to say to citizens, yeah, we thought that was going to meet a warrant, but we didn't budget for it, is going to be a tough explanation for them to swallow. So I'm on the record here.
Yep. Do you want us to respond?
Yeah, respond.
Just real quickly. So Councilmember Waters, thank you. That is our conversation, and I'd only add the city is keeping an eye on any number of intersections across. The staff is keeping an eye on any number of intersections throughout the city. One of which is at 17th and County Line. There are many others on the east side, and our commitment is when they do meet warrants, we will have the funds to move forward, even if that means having to come to the council to do a reappropriation of those funds.
All right. Then, as we're about ready to finish, I just want to, so I do accept responsibility for participating in the budget process, or the agenda process, but every week that we put something on, our meetings will just continue to get longer and longer. So, all right, Mayor Pro Tem, you have something to say?
Is this our time for?
Yeah, we'll do some comments here, mayor and council comments.
Okay. On Saturday morning, Councilwoman Finley and I are going to have coffee with council. This will be Councilwoman Finley's last coffee with council. So come out and say goodbye to her. Right.
Or just say goodbye tonight. Bye, Bonnie. Just kidding. All right. You wish. All right. Anybody else? All right, Harold. Anything? Eugene? All right, we're adjourned.